Hello. Welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Pradata. Oh wait a minute, you didn't say hello to me? Never mind. Hello Rizal. Hello Sam. Hello Sitao. Hello, Wayne. Thanks, Mirak. And we've got an unranked game. Alright, time to take it easy. Warm-up game, you know?
Ban their best hero! Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left.
How do I disable my weather, guys? Oh, there you go. Hello, 10 Mac.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Hello, Sam King.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah,
Hello, Red. Holy fuck, I'm way too sleepy for this shit. Pugna and Anti-Mage have been banned?
10 seconds.
Interesting. MMR's 5.8k.
5 seconds left.
Yo, Lerman. Hello, Rams. You know what? I don't want to deal with music right now. Let's just take it easy, guys. Hello, Anglers from Australia. I'm not playing Meeple, dude. You ever see me play Meeple? Come on. What position Zeus and Venno? Hi, Alex. 5-0. Okay, I will play safe lane carry.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh? Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Practicing Razor. Thanks, Lulu. Hello, Heartleen.
Wow.
Hello, Invoker. This set makes the Razor look very different. Hello, Bagus. Position 5, Abaddon is good, huh? Yeah, it depends on the game. Yeah, he did look a little silencer-y, didn't he? Okay, Vinny, see you in a bit.
This is where you win or lose.
If this was ranked, you would see medals, man. Come on, Bagus. Don't you know about Dota 2? Jesus loves you. Okay. I'll buy Greaves. I mean, we have damage, so I don't really have to focus too much damage. Although it does depend on what Monkey King gets. We have a lot of magical damage. Yeah, I'm not playing ranked when I'm sleepy, so therefore we're playing unranked right now. God.
I bring the spark of death.
Morning, Bully.
Ride the lightning.
We're doing no music right now. I just want to take it easy.
Battle.
It's
Actually, maybe we'll put on some music. 1 sec. Relaxing Rain. Let's do that. Yes. Relaxing Rain. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I could go to sleep to this. And it's perfect because we already have the rain weather in Dota 2, even though I tried to turn it off.
30 seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before that. We're not sticklers.
Yeah, Martin, I think I remember you breaking some chat rules the other day. Thanks, Ren. Hi, Turtop.
forward.
I'm pretty damn blue. No, you have to do it before the game starts.
My current conduct itself accordingly.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall. Yeah, that stuff's over me. Don't make me come over there.
Oh, boy.
Path of least resistance.
Hey, Venom, let's go over here and click him.
Very well. Conduct me where you will. As you wish.
Here.
I go. Denied. Quick as lightning. Attack! Onward. I go. The time has come. Feel my power. I'm under attack. Of
Man.
course. A bolt from the blue. My current flows. My lightning strikes.
Motherfucker.
First blood, and the atmosphere's electric. Forward. Gold is a great conductor.
Thank you.
As lightning. I go. I sense a connection between us. Path of least resistance. I go. Of course.
Mangle for what?
You can't escape the underscape.
Mango so I can hit you with my shield and slightly annoy you for a second and then die immediately after. Okay, man. That's
I'll give you
fantastic play.
static.
Hi, Nubian dude. Hi, BJ.
As you wish. The time has come. Direct.
Wait on courier for a second, please.
Very well. Agreed. Agreed. Forward.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
My current
This is the part where you pull, man.
I go. Path of least resistance.
We need to cut the tree.
Whip you into shape. Onward. Very well. Conduct me where you will. Quick as lightning. Nothing for you. I go.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fucking die this shit.
Of course. The time has
Double kill!
as you wish.
Go for me.
This will come as a shock. Agreed.
Even I like a good bobble.
Quick as lightning.
This is Ogre. I want to get his clarity.
A tribute.
As you wish. Very well. My rage incandesces. Of course. I go. Conduct me where you will. My current flows. Forward. Path of least resistance.
Dire's doing that glowy thing. Yeah, nothing to do with that. Courier has been killed.
Oh man, I got the courier killed.
Onward. Your power comes to me. I bring the razor light. I go.
Dominate!
I scorch your name in the book of the dead. I go.
I'm so powerful. I'm so powerful. Man, I couldn't use the invulnerability on the courier earlier. Tried to use it, but it didn't work. Top 1800?
Current flows.
Are you implying that you're immortal, Blue?
Path of least resistance. Mine. Onward. As you wish. Forward. I like to keep current. Of course.
Yo, lagger.
You into shape.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
The time has
Hi, Junyi.
I go.
You like Venomancer's tail? Oh, it is very flashy now, isn't it?
Will come as a shock. As lightning.
Clinks is raping this Clinks, huh?
As
I mean,
lightning.
Clinks is raping this monkey, huh?
As you wish.
I want Greaves.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Ride the lightning. Gather for the charge. Forward. My dynamism increases. I go. Path of least resistance.
Oh my god.
A bolt from
Come here!
I go. Of course. I bring the razor light. Agreed.
Killing spree.
Attack! Mine! My energy grows very well. Onward.
Well, I mean, you stun now, so what can I do?
My current flows. The time has come.
Coming top.
Killing spree.
Does he have invisibility?
Of course.
Damn it. Should buy dust, man.
I go.
Oh fuck. Oh, I wasn't even watching. I was buying items. Terrible place to buy items. Magical damage, magical damage, magical damage. Lots of magical as well. Actually, his shield is physical, right? It is. So it's magical though. Spear is magical.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Onward. From a spawn I grow.
Ooh, your bottom tower's
This is the part where you just walk away, Venomancer.
roads under
I go.
better poof on over to your bottom tower. Oh, there better be something important going on.
My lightning
Your
strikes.
bottom tower is under attack.
Direct current. Shocking.
How farmed is this Ember? Ember's not very farmed. Huh?
Agreed.
That's good.
As you wish. Very well. Gather, clowns. The time has come. My rage incandescent.
Oh my god, there's a Clinks here too. I'm dead.
My power.
You fucking little bitches.
I've learned well.
Oh, next time try not to.
Welcome back, Nawful. Late game GG for who, Evan?
your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
I feel my
Need
current
more.
flows.
Your middle tower has
You guys are fucking slow, man.
don't even know where
How
to
do we
start.
defend? Like, you guys so slow.
Forward. I'll give you. Whip you into shape. A bolt from the blue.
You better flip on over to your bottom tower. Radiant structures are fortified.
Path of least resistance. I bring the razor light.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I go.
Your bottom tower just took a dirt
Will
nap.
come as a shock.
Dominate!
Be where you will.
Okay, just back up my mech. This guy's got a blink dagger, huh?
Time
Wonder where
has
Clinks is.
come. As you wish.
Yeah, you better fucking run.
Of course.
I don't want to die, man.
Gold is a great
A
conductor.
fitting bounty.
My current flows.
I can do with more of that.
My rage incandesces. Ride the lightning. My lightning strikes.
Mega kill!
Onward. Quick as lightning. My power, sir. Very well. Attack!
This is Desolator. So their physical damage is going to be quite
Direct
serious.
Current.
I'm going to go up top in a second.
Unstoppable!
Coming top.
Agreed. I go. Conduct yourself accordingly. Forward. Forward.
Oh, I missed the Venomancer. I could have healed him. Oops.
Is a great conductor. As you wish. Electric storm.
Killing spree!
As lightning. To the understate with you.
Pew 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 pew. Oh yeah, I got Guardian Greaves now.
My current flows. It's not time yet. Whip you into
I think I need
shape.
BKB this game, guys. They have so much magical bullshit.
Very well.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I go. Conduct me where you will. Shocking. The time has come.
I'm scared of this Clinks.
I'm not ready. I'll give you static.
But what if I get Blade Mail? Nah, I'd still be scared. His ultimate, like when he pops his ultimate,
Direct current.
the skeletons don't give a shit.
Path of least resistance.
So we can go pipe or we can go BKB or we can do both.
Agreed.
I mean, I don't have to be too offensive in this game. I suppose we have an underfarmed Monkey King. We have Veno, Skywrath, and Zeus though. They have tons of damage, so I don't really have to build damage, I think. Pipe. Shiva's pipe.
Feel my power. Conduct me where you will. I sense a connection between us.
How does he cast that shit so many times?
As lightning.
The world loses an exquisite toxin.
You even watching it?
Oh, now you fucking... This Zeus always wait until the last second to use his ultimate.
I don't think you understand who you're dealing with.
I could do this all day.
I'm gonna go pipe, guys. I decided. Pipe. The points have no purpose at this point in time, but they'll be soon having a purpose. Hello, Keen.
My power returns.
Now get up! Get out there!
Time has come. As you wish. Mine.
Oh man, I'm late to the party.
Killing spree!
Or am I?
Double kill!
Have Greaves.
Very well.
Oh, I missed the Zeus. Oh god. Whatever, dude.
I go.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Of course. Agreed.
Holy shit, these guys are gonna get in trouble.
Path of least resistance. I go.
Wasn't he? Killing spree! Son! Dominate! Double kill!
Sucker! Sucker!
I go.
Double kill!
It's over 9,000.
Ember's already back up, huh?
His name is John C.
Ah, sucker! You missed your shit, bro. I thought Ember died earlier. He's still running around, huh?
Path of least resistance.
Oh my god. What a fucking little bitch.
Dominate!
Damage.
Jesus loves you is dead. I thought that Lion Rage could, but I guess not.
Conduct me where
Oh
you
yeah. So tanky, man. And I'm gonna buy Shivas after, I think.
quick
Shivas or
as
BKB.
lightning.
One of those. Now here's a question.
My lightning
Anyone here smart enough to know whether or not
Dire structures are fortified.
so if I have Shivas, does that slow down Clinks' ultimate thingy? You know what I mean?
Oh, the enemy just denied their bottom tower.
Yeah, you better fucking run. Care. Not looking this way.
onward.
Am I serious? Can win? You think I can't win, Doris? Is that what you're implying? Yes, Baden? So you're saying it does slow down? Does not affect skillies? Interesting.
Very well. The time has come.
Oh, I got the pipe. I'm so tanky. So tanky.
Of least resistance.
I love it. I love being tanky.
I go.
My dream consists of playing a match.
Alright, man. Tell you what.
A wet dream to be specific.
Tell you what. Alright, Nubian dude, I will play one game with you right after this game. But you have to give me your friend ID number right away. And since you're from the Philippines, it'll have to be on Japan server.
Lightning, give me strength. Conduct me where you will.
I've got a pipe.
Forward.
And monkey's gone.
Quick as lightning.
Shivas. Oh yeah.
Onward.
We don't have Monkey King here.
Flows. Of course.
Yes, Ash. Yes, you do.
I go. Gold is a great
Japan server is not that exciting, man. Trust me. It's really not.
ride the
It's actually a very average server.
Courier is dead. I wonder what idiot got it killed.
Oh, come on, man.
I go.
Double kill! Double kill! Shataki! You thought I was gonna die? I wasn't sure if I was gonna die, but then I didn't die, and they all died.
My rage incandescent.
Wow.
Path of least resistance.
Lerman, you wanna join too? I'm not so sure I need PKB.
My power surges. Agreed. I bring the razor light. My current flows. Quick.
Oh god, I'm in such a fucking bad position right now. Oh shit, that was really bad. Oh yeah, I realized Monkey King Venomancer died, Monkey King started running away, and he was here. And I was here, and I was like, oh god.
His middle tower has been denied. Get out
That's
of
so
here with
bad.
that garbage.
Shiva doesn't slow skellies.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
English only, thank you.
Direct current.
Poochie, he's talking garbage.
Middle tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Oh, help, help, help. Anybody help me at all?
Dominate. Mega kill.
Holy shit.
Kill.
Good thing this guy still got his ghost after. He's good. I mean, I almost survived that. Oh, I guess. Clinks dies his nature group. Please don't be afraid to feed. Hi, Poochie. I think most damage I took is physical, right? I think we go Shiva's Satanic.
The time has come. My lightning strikes. Conduct yourself.
Oh man, why didn't I grab the rune when I had the chance? Oh well.
Of course.
I understand the type of damage that I took by looking at the ability icons.
Conduct me where you will. Forward. Attack. As you wish. Feel my power. Very well. This will come as a shock. I go.
I don't know. Our Roshan pushing capabilities is pretty bad.
I go. Feel my power. That. I'll give you stamina. Agreed. Onward. Path of conduct me where you will. Your power flows to me. Very well. My rage incandesces.
These guys are all missing. It's kind of scary.
As you wish. The time has come. I go. Onward.
Number is really hard to kill.
Agreed.
Did you guys hear there's a war on? Sure can't tell.
Bolt from the blue.
Sure can't tell.
Top tower needs some help.
I go. It's not
Oh god.
my current flow.
Ashley, thanks for subscribing.
Direct current. Forward. Quick as
There she was
lightning.
now, so.
Path of least resistance.
Hello, Alvin.
Forward. Very well.
Sucker.
As you wish.
So tricky.
As lightning.
Nice, putting up a barricade.
Of least resistance. Onward.
Are we back? What's back?
I go. The time has come. Gold is a great conductor. Ride the lightning.
Mine.
I bring the razor light.
I deserve this.
The time has come. Forward. My current. Whip you into shape.
I feel like I should be there right now. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Very well. I like to keep
Oh, you fucking shit.
path of least resistance.
God damn it. Motherfuckers.
Of course.
No middle powers under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
As lightning.
Short tanky.
As you wish. This will come as a shock. I go. I'll give you static. Onward.
Yeah, I was late to that last party.
Agreed.
But some of those deaths were kind of my fault. Oh my god, there's a fucking double damage right there. This is so dangerous. They smoke! They smoke! Ah! I live!
Your bottom tower's kind of bad.
They tried to kill me, but they couldn't do it.
Path of least resistance.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Thank you.
I go.
Suckers. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. So tanky. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. So tanky. Oh yeah, oh no. Oh yeah. Zeus? Zeus? Oh yeah!
It's falling.
Stop. Let's get out of here. Skedaddle.
Barracks are just a sweet memory.
Let's get back. Get back, get back, get back, get back.
Where you will.
I want to buy my satanic.
My lightning strikes. Agreed.
Oh, I think they're gonna come rape me in a
It's
sec.
not time yet. Very well.
Grab the runes, you fucks.
Agreed.
A taste of the good stuff.
Oh yeah, now we have satanic.
Sound tanny.
So tanky. Oh my god, oh my god.
I could do with more.
Of course.
Uh-oh. So tanky. So tanky.
Path of least resistance. Conduct yourself.
So tanky. So tanky. Fucking Ember bullshit. So tanky.
I go. Very well.
Get him.
My current
Get him.
flows.
Get him. You fucking little bitch. Ah!
Onward.
Yeah. Hit me, tower. Hit me. Yeah. What the fuck is Skywrath doing anyways?
Enemy's top tower's gone. You've done good.
Feel my power. I'm under attack. I bring the razor light.
Wave goodbye to the enemy's top barrel.
My current flows.
You wanna Zeus? You want Zeus? You want Zeus? Yeah, they get through me, motherfuckers. No! No! Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, they got Zeus.
Please come meet you.
I go.
Ah! Holy shit! He's trying to kill me!
Very well. This will come as a shock.
Where's Clinks? I'm pretty sure he's around here somewhere.
Path of least resistance.
God, that is classic. I'll have some of that, and some of that, and some of that. I'm good.
As you wish.
I don't give a shit.
Where you will.
I don't know. We don't have damage. Alright.
Forward.
I have magic wand still. Oh, I know. I think I know what to get.
My rage incantation. Quick as lightning.
Unstoppable!
The time has come.
This line has eggs.
We conduct business. The time has come. I go.
What do you buy?
So tanky.
I go. Forward.
Team, where are you?
Illusion. Not yet. Of course. Onward.
I mean, this. I don't know why he's like looking for kills, man.
My current flows. Conduct me where you will.
Sucker.
As lightning. Agreed.
Yes, go on the razor. Go on the razor.
Very well.
Oh shit. Ooh. Oh, that the line eggs is scary. Oh, Quink's almost dead. Oh no, 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 no! Ah, shit. I died, guys. Get him, monkey. Get him. Yeah. Aw, secret. That spirit vessel fucked me up. Buyback? I'm not angry. Ah, GG guys. I'm gonna turn the rain back on. Oh yeah, right. We're playing a game. All right, Nerubian dude. 114630606. Fucking tanky as shit, right? NP, man. Alright, Nerubian dude, I gotta tell you, if this queue takes longer than 10... Wait, what time is it in Japan right now? I think Japan's like 17 or 16 hours ahead of me, right? So, by that logic, it should be midnight or 1 a.m. in Japan. Am I right, Lerman? And I know Japan's not that much of a... It's not that populated of a server, so if it takes too long, I'll have to cancel. My server. Nah, I'd rather just have neither of us lagging too much. I'm not going to play on Southeast Asia server because I would lag too much. Oh, see? 12 a.m. Midnight. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Razor recently, guys, and he's quite satisfying to play. He's just really annoying, man. Oh, I've won my last 4 games of Razor, huh? Southeast Asia is full of toxicity and I lag on it and you tell me to play on that server? We actually have a comic for situations like this. Oh yeah, you guys want to bet? Okay. Alright. Let me turn on betting. Okay, gonna give you guys 13 minutes to bet on this game. Alright, where are we? Glad you like the PA set, BJ. Hey Valdo, I have no idea, man. Aren't you the guy yesterday who said that Mind Control was on an Indonesian Dota 2 team? That was you, right? How about we just not speculate professionals on teams? You can just look it up, man. Google is the thing, right? So hi, my day's going alright. How's yours? C server, best server. Yeah, they've won a lot of majors. Glad you like the PA set. No thanks. Why you play on AJ? Hey, guy from Indonesia. He's pretty bad. I believe in MMR, so it all balances out. I'm playing with a Nubian dude who has consistently donated money every single week, so, and he's a nice guy, so we're gonna go ahead and play a game with him. The Nubian dude is from Southeast Asia, so we're meeting in the middle. What was that, friend? Bet lose? That's a smart idea. Is this some kind of dog? A lapdog of a short-legged breed with long hair and a snub nose, originally brought to Europe from the Summer Palace at Beijing. Okay. Hence Pekingese. Oh, Silvio? How was your blood donation? Oh, where are we? Thank you, Osama. Akio, thanks for subscribing. Hi, Ramat. Right. Google, okay, man. Google is your best friend for these kind of things from now on. Any particular games you enjoy playing? You were spamming? Was he spamming, guys? If he was, get him the fuck out of here. Yeah, I like to play Dota 2. I really like to play Dota 2. Actually, I don't always. Sometimes I like to play Dota 2. It is my job after all. I meet toxic players in North America too. Right from Nubian, dude. Pranjal, I'm good. How are you? I don't know Wonder Kid, but I know in your dream. Do you know how I know in your dream? Wait a sec. I know in your dream because so many Indonesian people come into my stream and they're like, they always say the same shit. They're like, hey, Bluespan, do you know in your dream 9K MMR from Indonesia? Do you know in your dream, Bluespan? It is such a common question. I get it every single day. And the moment that I hear that question, I know that that person's from Indonesia, because nobody else cares. Only Indonesian people care. And that's okay. Yeah, he's like the pride of Indonesia. But I will say, I know that he's a very good player, 9K MMR, but I will say that he's never won any big tournaments. Man, Shramik, I'm gonna ban you one of these days, you toxic fuck. Oh, this guy, he's subscribing and he's toxic? I can play Monkey King for donation. Would you like to make a donation for Hero Request? Yeah, we'll probably use the points for donation. I mean, so for Hero Requests. Where are we? Did you win all the games last night? That's an oddly specific outcome prediction. Just like Love Potion, am I right? Inside joke. No, I did not. Oh, it's on Friday, is it? Hello, fan. Favorite weather in Dota 2? Rain. Well, Alexander, I believe there's quite a few Alexes watching right now. Dota chest? Chess? I played it once, and that's about it. Oh, I think the queue's at 2.5 minutes. I guess it reset earlier. I guess maybe we'll find one soon. Other games? I played a little bit of Path of Exile. That's about it. King of Trash Talker. So I hear. Hello, Boney. The mic is huge. You know what else is huge? That's right. I just know mid one. What makes you think I only know mid one? You just pull that out of your ass as well too? Yeah, I don't know. Even though I'm from Canada, I don't know other pros like Eternal Envy, RTZ, 747, S4, Anna, Miracle. I think I played with all of those players, huh? But yeah, you're right. I only know mid one. One pro player and it needs to be over proud. Hey man, In Your Dream is a good player. He's like one of the only 9Ks on Southeast Asia. Hello, Vinito. Welcome back. You know In Your Dream because you're sleeping in your bed?
Smoke weed every day.
Hi, Roderick. You don't care? Well, you're not prideful then. You're glad you're not Indonesian? Wait, Lerman, I thought you were Indonesian, or are you Filipino? I know you're Southeast Asian. Or is this a joke? I talk to thousands of people, you know. Malaysia is the best. The best for what? Yep. Can you know where you work? I can know where I work. I work right here. What do you think about Boom ID team? I have no idea about them at all. Can I be the one to ban Shramu? Yes. Yes, you can be. Brown bans Brown. So, I mean, so how do you want me to answer this question? Like, do you want the location of where I work? Do you want the address? I'm a streamer, man. That's all you need to know. Hey, Danny, play mid. Hi, Don.
Your turn to ban.
Right. You are Indonesian, Dermot. Right. Owl. This is a friend that I know? Lerman is not Japanese. Also, the amount of money I make per month is a secret. Back to Rain.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Asian people only live in... Oh, there you go, Vinit. You beat me to it.
Seconds. Your pick now.
Good job, Vinit. Good job, man.
What? Huh?
Wait, win games to gain MMR? No fucking shit.
Smoke weed every day.
Hey BJ, you don't have to give him a warning for saying that. He's just a kid, man. Hi, Mr. Meme.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Hmm.
10 seconds.
Let's play some Lena.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
So how about there's nothing to apologize for?
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
God, I love the relaxing sound of rain. Blue, do have most expensive trade in your inventory? Ashish, I believe you have some grammar problems, but you're asking me what is the most expensive item I have in my inventory? I don't know. Girish, glad you like the relaxing sound of rain. Nico Des, have you ever
I'm
considered
on
looking at
fire.
Dota buff for win rates?
I go like the blazes.
Let's win. Let's win.
Let's lose. Alright, let's get one of these and one of these.
Oh yeah. Heat wave.
Symbix, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Burn a path. I'm going.
30 seconds
Oh,
to showtime.
Thanks for playing with me, man.
I love
Like a
watching you
fan.
skip around out there.
Hey, you're welcome.
Helter Swelter. It's in the bag. Time to hide.
You two can get that. No. Okay, okay. Never mind. Okay, you grab ours then.
Okay.
Are you cards right? Just take a lid on Racing Street.
Light him up.
He has kick. He can't roll. He can't even roll.
Nice one,
Thanks.
bro.
On it.
お前はもう死んでいる。何
Yes. Attack. I'm under attack.
Good job, man. You okay?
Open fire.
What a waste of fucking mana. Every single one of those remnants was a complete waste.
That'll take the wind from their sails.
Like a wildfire. On it. Burn them up.
Yeah, I need to relax. My last hit on.
Burn them all.
Ugh.
I go like the
Well, he doesn't put down his ward yet.
Scorch. Burn a path. Heat wave. Bring in the heat. To battle.
God, it's so fucking hard to last hit.
Fire away.
Ah!
Yes. Yes.
Oh, arcane rune.
Quick. In you go. Oh yeah.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Man, they saw your smoke.
On it. Denied.
Oh, sweet.
Slash and burn. More fuel for my fire. Scorcher. I go like the blazes. I'm going.
Somewhere smoke technique. Very rare in your bracket.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
I'm under attack. Heat wave. Time to fight.
Fuck. So much CS lull. Oh my god, CS lull again.
Yes. Yes.
Mana boots.
Burn them up. Like a wildfire.
Oh, Storm's gonna get the rune, I guess. Did he already get it? Yeah, I think he got it.
Burn a path.
Yeah, he got it. I wonder what he got. Invisibility. What the fuck? Okay. Okay.
I go like the
Okay.
blazes.
Need to concentrate on CS.
Fire insurance. I'm going.
He doesn't realize I fucking see him, man.
Like a wildfire. Yes. Burn a path.
Okay. You wanna kick me back, bro?
Quick.
You wanna kick me back? Do it.
Helter swelter.
Okay. Nice job.
Feed the
Stay mid
flames.
while I grab runes, thanks.
On it.
I think I don't have any runes to grab, do I? Wah wah. Ah, damn it.
Time to hot foot it. To battle.
Oh, you guys. Shrine bottom, please.
I'm going. Open fire.
Oh god, just run around doing nothing for the last minute.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
The storm's 6 now with haste.
All fired up. Light 'em up.
Storm going bottom with haste. Storm going bottom with haste. Yes, of course Rune was top, because it was not bottom, right?
Oh yeah. Time to hot foot it.
Mega kill! Your bottom tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there!
Burn a path. Like a wildfire. Burn them all. I go like the blazes.
Top tower needs some
What
help.
kind of gank is that, man?
Oh yeah.
Did he bring my 2 creeps away?
Fire away. Burn a path. Slash and burn. Yes. I go like the blazes. On it. Quick. Scorch 'em. To battle. Temperature rising.
Oh man. Should have TP top, I guess.
Killing
Or bottom.
spree. Double kill.
I don't know, I'm taking mid tower though, so
Eagle team.
there's that.
Top tower is under attack.
Bringing the heat. Time to hot foot it. Like a wildfire. I'm going. On it. Open fire.
This will do nice.
Yes.
Oh, there's the rune.
Heat wave. Something for a cold day.
Let me get mid tower.
Slash and burn. Help swelter. I'm under attack. Burn a path.
I am hasted.
Like a wildfire.
Killing spree.
Burn 'em up.
Dire's structures are fortified.
To battle.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. I'll thank these troublemakers.
I go like the blazes. Burn them all.
And these guys just need a little patience and they can get these kills.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the bad column.
Time to hot foot it.
Oh, anti-mage is coming bottom here.
Quick. Yes. To battle.
I'm gonna grab the bottom region. I'm leaving bottom to grab the region.
Yes.
Good thing I went there.
Heat wave. On it. I'm going. Not yet. I feel
Man,
like a-
you gotta be sneaky when you do that kind of stuff.
Light 'em up.
Wait on courier, please. Thanks.
Time to hot foot it.
Over here now. Dominate!
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're. I find your movements not very
Burn 'em
sneaky.
high. Like a wildfire.
This anti-mage needs to die.
Time to hot foot it. Attack!
Dire's putting up a
Oh shit.
I'm not ready. Burn a path.
Find peace, thou monster.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck?
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Yes.
Oh fuck, dude. Got 13 launch charges.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
No, we might lose to this anti-mage if this goes on too long.
Probably stop that.
So I will buy eggs.
Let's heat things up. The snow. Yes.
Coming over.
Like a wildfire.
Have a bottle, man. Jesus. Hey, hey. High bottle. High bottle. Okay.
Wow.
My teammates, you know?
Bottom tower is under attack.
Wait, let me initiate first. Here. Just get ready, okay? Come. Come, run at
To
him.
battle. Slash and burn.
Fight to the last breath.
Fucking CS low. Come, come, come. I stun first.
Burn them all.
Good job.
Quick. That was hot. I'm going. Time to hot.
Careful.
Yes. Bottling fire.
I'll also build eggs. Oh my
I'm
god.
going. Invisibility.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Like a wildfire. I go like the blazes.
Man, this angle is really. I don't know if this they'll see me. I think they maybe see me. They see me. I'm pretending to be weak.
On it. Money to burn. Heat wave.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant fortified this stuff. Pretty good move, if you ask me.
Sorry. My mistake. Oh my god, this Earthshaker, what is he doing? Hey Elsie, I think BKB is better than Ags. You will probably win every duel anyways.
Is it me? Or is it getting hot in here? Fire in the hole. To battle. I'm not ready. Burn a path. Quick.
What the fuck?
On it.
Does he have dust? He doesn't even have dust, dude.
Not yet. Yes. To battle.
They missed it. Oh god, I don't know if this is a good fight.
I'm going.
Where's the body?
Heat wave. Money to burn.
I sure did.
I go like the blazes.
Oh yeah, right.
Yes. In you go. Yes.
What is LC doing, dude?
In you go.
Is he seriously trying to solo Roshan? I suppose you got Desolator, so I guess you can do it.
Quick. It's not time yet.
Wow. Don't even have time to react. See you later, Lerman. Hey, the Roshan call is good.
Him and that ages. Glad I never messed up that bad. Your bottom tower's kind of bad. Dig in and defend that sucker. What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Help Sweltus. Like a lion.
Double kill.
Fire away.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Open fire. To battle. Burn a pack.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You done good.
Oh yeah.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. Dire's doing that glowy thing. Yeah, nothing to do until that's done. The enemy's middle barracks is falling.
I believe the blazes.
The enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory.
Yeah, they just
Okay.
ran.
Exactly what you're supposed to do. Don't let them tell you different.
Oh, that's hot.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Help Swelter.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
I'm going.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Wow.
Why'd you stop?
Oh, now you buy back?
My chaps.
To battle. Yes.
Oh, good thing he didn't.
Killing spree.
I'm under attack.
Triple kill.
Hello.
Oh yeah. Quick. I'm going.
Over 9,000!
Hey, look at you knocking down that bottom tower.
Like a wildfire.
The enemy's bottom barracks is falling.
Good thing I'm such a fast farmer. 25-minute Aether rinse rep.
That's the stuff. Keep on their back paws.
It's not the heat, it's the humiliation. What a punk. I'm not ready. Attack! This will do nicely. Open fire!
The enemy's bottom shrine is falling.
Like a wildfire.
Breath of fresh air!
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Scorch!
I'm over here!
Unstoppable! The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Burns, doesn't it? Burn 'em up!
You know, I should have stopped attacking that throne. 3 exams in 3 days starts today. Good luck. Yeah, good luck, man. Don't watch the stream too much. That felt like a turbo. Yeah. Damn, LC went 22 and 1. He carried that shit hard. Hey, give me a minute, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Hi guys. I'm gonna tell your grandkids about that game. Yeah, those are some pretty interesting ganks you did there. You're welcome, dude. And we have a ranked immortal game. Let's do this.
Hey, we'll hold them down, you knock them out. 5 seconds left.
I guess this guy likes to play Shadow Fiend and Monkey King.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
No one wants to play off lane. 2 people want to play mid. Level 25 Pango. Hi, Fadley. Top 200 on Meepo on which ranking site? Oh yeah, speaking of betting.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Okay, you guys have 10 minutes to bet. Anyone want to play off lane?
10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Remember, the
When do you want HC?
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Did I just get pre-muted? Do you want HC or not, man?
5 seconds left.
Enjoy your massage, Mark. Fuck, they have Smurf! Oh! This guy has 500 games on his account, and he's Devon Shiksh. That is 100% a Smurf. Fuck. 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 Come on, please, some Smurfs on my team.
You're loose. Wow.
This guy looks pretty Smurfy. Yeah. Mr. fucking white BMW's a Smurf. Carry me.
Okay, your pick now.
Mars.
You know what to do.
Yeah. Tinker. Ugh. Ugh. So support Naga then. Jakiro.
Onward. Never in the long history of fire and ice has there ever been a
battle.
than this one. Time to put this thing in the bag.
Hey, Sal Jane, I don't add people that I don't know to my friends list. Also, my ID is in the description of stream, and even if you had that, you wouldn't be able to spectate unless I added you. How many years have I been playing Dota? Like more than 12. Yes, Vinit. Jakira, Jakira! Oh man. Feeling nervous about this game. This line has boots. Smurf is an alternative account, not somebody's main or real account. I don't think I'm gonna bet on this game.
Lots to do before the battle starts, so get cracking.
You rock.
Battle's starting. Just remember, I've got a job to do.
My thanks will come later, when you least expect it. Yes. No two ways about it. Ice and fire. Beep beep.
Nah! This guy talk too much anyways. I'm so glad Earth Spirit is here. Ooh, he cleared those trees. This guy Earth Spirit's for sure.
Double trouble. Sky, embrace us.
Yeah, see, this guy talks too much, you know? He's just one of those people.
The freezing flame. We've been The scalding cold.
Wow, line already over there. Oh my god, that's stun. So good. I was just about to dual breath his ass.
Fired up.
Hands off.
Ice advances. My flames grow hotter. The skies are ours. We grow hot and cold. Attack! Shall we? After you.
Yeah, this Pango just talks too much, huh? I don't know. I don't speak Spanish, man. Take the creep. This didn't stack? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay.
Freeze and burn.
Oh, I got the creep. I'm lagging. I'm lagging. What the fuck, internet? Am I here with you guys? Are we lagging together or am I... Did the stream stop? The fuck's wrong with this guy? Time this fucker out. Restoring connection to the Dota 2 game coordinator. Is anyone else playing Dota 2 right now and also getting the same problem? Dota's down? Here, let me shut off Dota 2 and turn it back on. Hopefully that'll fix the problem. Mine says offline server, Dota down, restart Dota. Okay. Man, I was in the middle of a gigantic... Oh shit. Steam was unable to sync your files for Dota 2 with the Steam Cloud. Maybe Steam's down, period. Oh shit, what do I do? Wah wah. Please Dota 2, I don't want to lose MMR. Oh, I'm glad we're all having the same issue because I just don't want to be the only one losing MMR, you know? It's okay to lose MMR. This is MMR. I just don't want to go down in ranks. Okay, I'm gonna restart Steam. Maybe that'll fix the problem. Thanks, Mamad Liz. Trying to connect my Steam account, guys. Cannot connect to the Steam network. We're fucked! Maybe I just don't do any work today, guys. And by work, I mean play Dota 2. I think we were slightly winning that last game, though. Although, actually, no, I didn't want to deal with Tinker. No, Tinker is so annoying. And they have Smurf. Our Smurf's Mars, but their Smurf's a Tinker. Yeah, refund MMR for all is a great idea. Quick, let's blame someone fast. Maybe that'll fix. Adrian, I thought you went to sleep, first of all. And second of all, blame Adrian. Or do you lose 10 MMR and people with rank above you lose 33 MMR, so your rank goes higher? Then that would be good. Maybe new update that fucks everyone playing a game right now? I would hope so, Putri. Thanks, Shunchun. Yeah, we might just have to do that, Lulu. Hi, Robaz. It's going alright. Although I can't log into Steam. I was in the middle of a ranked game. Nora Aisha from Canada. You play how much match per day? Typically, I play anywhere between 6 to 15 games per day. Plus 1 KMR to all for DC. Nah. Everyone who got that wouldn't deserve it. You hear rain sound? What rain sound? I think it's raining where you are at, and that's where the sound comes from, because I don't hear anything. There is no rain sound. Not here. Who? English, please. Store opening but says no connection. I'm gonna press retry again button. Retry connection. Boop. Connect, motherfucker. Oh god. Let me try to put in my credentials again. Maybe that'll do something. Oh, I think it connected. Oh, ta-da! Nice, we're in to Steam. Come on, Dota 2, please work. Oh, maybe we can continue playing today. So this game. Wait, what the fuck? Still not working. I hope everyone else got disconnected and having same problems. Oh. Was it just me?
I'm all for a little downtime.
Was it just me who DC? No, no one. No one DC? What?
Double damage.
Dude. What the fuck, man? Like, no, Pango's not level 6 or anything like that. What the fuck? It's just me. I'm level 2.
They're trying to knock down your
Rare Spirits 3, Lions 4, Naga 6. Oh, why me? You fuckers.
So, this whole mess is all your fault?
The middle tower's under attack.
Thank you for having internet or Steam problems.
The enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that. Radiant called in the fortification.
You think I want to disconnect, man? Fucking dumb shit. Who's Earth Spirit? What a dumb shit.
Ice advances.
What do I even do at this point? So fucking underleveled.
Our wings grow stronger. No two ways about it.
Oh, he got the rune.
What have we here?
Yeah, not everything's about this guy. What a fucking self-centered prick. You know what? We're gonna go ahead and just mute him.
お前はもう死んでいる。
I can't help you right now. Holy shit, Quap's alive. Oh look, Panglier's still talking. Classic. Let's give this guy some mana.
So, this whole mess is all your fault?
Dragon's breath. Shall we?
Panglier TP top.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Yeah, nothing to do it till that's
So, this whole mess is all your fault?
Did he say TP top or TP bot? I can't even tell.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Sky, embrace us.
Damn, dude. What the fuck? How? What the fuck?
Ice advances.
What kind of war is this?
Forward.
How did I miss the ice path? Did you guys see that shit? Like I had some leeway when I cast ice path, right? And yet he can get out. I just don't understand. How? Right? I casted that pretty early, didn't I? Not early enough, apparently. Just don't understand. So stupid. Meet this guy, dude. He talks too much.
With twin nature.
You know what? Some people should not have the ability to talk. Actually, that's not true. That's
Your middle tower is
it's very barbaric to say.
gonna do something about
You know what
it.
I
Just
mean?
sit there looking funny.
We're not ready. No two ways about it. Doubly so.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Shall we?
That'll show him.
We ride the updrafts.
Ooh, your bottom tower. It's kind of bad. This is one of the things in the bad column. tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
All the way through their face, dude.
I want to trash talk him, but I'm gonna be the adult here.
Freeze and burn.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many people down here, dude. They're like all bottom.
Double trouble.
Oh, dude.
They have a lot of magical damage. I know how to build pipe.
Tribute.
Wait me.
Okay. Cop even have bottle? Yeah, she does.
Yes. The skies are ours. No two ways about it. Double trouble.
I just saw like a little light beam right there.
You die as you lived, like a fool.
Holy moly!
And burn. With twinned nature.
The enemy's middle tower is
Oh! Did he get the finger damage? I wonder.
under attack.
Yeah, I wish I used my wand there.
Down your middle tower.
Who died first? I think I died first,
Down to
right?
something.
Yeah, I died first. He got more money for killing me? 324 for Jakiro, but 174 for Lion? What the fuck? Fuck kind of logic is that?
This isn't over.
Lion's like higher level than me. To be honest with you, I don't know exactly what it's based off of.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I should have given Quap some mana as well.
Ice advances. Shall we?
Game's in beta, no complaining. Oh my god, oh, couldn't get there in time.
Tower has fallen. Stop it! That's not helping! The top tower is under attack.
Half meta. Half meta to push top.
Coming bottom. Oh, and the party's over.
Pick it up.
Oh, thanks, man. I save you, and you just kick my my creeps. Thanks.
I pushed tower, he's meta.
Hey, care. Okay. Oh, that's real. Oh, I'm dead.
I feel.
Killing spree!
You are learned in the ways of dark. My flames grow hot.
Top tower needs some help. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
We blow hot and
Are you even watching your top tower? Dire's putting up a barricade. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
He's scared. Oh man, my farm. Let me put down some wards.
we ride the updrafts.
Oh, I found one.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Don't push tower with Marvel.
Fired up.
Single 50 off. Single CD.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Let me the
Oh,
front.
there better be something important going on. Who said that tower could fall?
Let me please.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there! Radiant structures are fortified.
Are we going high ground?
Best thing about the enemy's top
Oh,
tower
oh, are we
is
going
it's
high ground?
dark. You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
I don't know if this is a good idea, to be honest
Bottom
with you.
tower has fallen.
Bad idea. You're back. I just blew my fucking entire load on this ship.
kill.
I knew it was a bad idea. Why didn't I say anything, you know? We had to kill Tinker before we push. That's just how it goes.
Push wall, bro.
The ice returns. 2-on-1. The skies are ours.
One.
What have we here?
Top tower needs some help.
Bye, bro.
Shall we? After you.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay.
The top tower is under attack.
Okay. 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 I think I killed all the creeps though. Except for this fucking catapult.
You'll be fine, long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait, somebody.
They're hitting our tier 3 guys. Like, Quap, I don't know why you don't even have TP, man.
Get out there! Goodbye, top tower.
How do you just do that, man?
Unstoppable!
And this Earth Spirit just died to illusions.
By thrust of wing.
I am so unimpressed with my team. Got it. Okay.
The bottom shrine is under attack.
Freeze and burn.
I really hope they're not up this hill.
The bottom shrine is under
Oh
attack.
my god!
Get sick! Dire structures are
Oh, Mars, please come back.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
He blinked in between the attack animation?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower's gone.
Oh, bottom. Fuck Mars. Here, I'll play Mars. Jesus. No fucking mana, dude. We should probably pause for this guy, huh? Where the fuck is my Mars, dude? He's supposed to be the Smurf. And someone unpause?
Okay.
Oh, Earth Spirit unpause. Big fucking surprise.
Flight resumes.
gonna trash talk this guy. I'm done with this shit. Why the fuck did you unpause? Play like a little bitch. Right, Earth Spirit?
What?
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, that's what I thought, man. Play like a bitch. Doesn't matter, you're still a bitch. Even though you think you're good. Oh, he's feeding it, isn't he? Good job, man. Good job. We fucking lost.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh. Oh, that guy's dead. Oh, I have pipe now. I got a pipe coming. I don't know what ice path. I don't have shit anyways.
Whoa! God, killing spree!
Hi, Lerman. I thought you left.
Hey, you bought a
I wish this scheme didn't count. And I hope this Earth Spirit goes to low priority. Oh, look, it would have been nice if we paused for Mars, right?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your middle tower's under
Mars is back.
Radiant structures are fortified. Hey, welcome back. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. Top barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks is falling.
Report Earth Spirit, guys. Mars, he even unpause on you.
Your middle barracks is falling. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks ain't nothing no more. Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy now have mega creeps.
I hope I can't play this next game. Oh fuck, I alt tabbed. Where am I? There I am. Wow, I missed that. Are you serious? Did you get megas ready? Yeah, they did. This game is fucking dunzo. Good job, Earth Spirit. Good job, man. Played great this game. Definitely not a toxic piece of shit. Who unpauses on their own team. You fucking piece of shit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, I'll just TP back.
Dominate.
Yeah, come here. Come here. Am I gonna die here? Am I dead? Am I dead? Oh.
Freeze and burn.
These questions are so fucking stupid.
Your top shrine has fallen. And this is what happens.
Freeze and burn.
Dire structures are fortified. The middle tower is falling.
Stupid fucking game. Why am I the only one who disconnected from this game? Oh. Why? Why just me? Is this queue actually working? Oh yeah, right. Earth Spirit. What a fucking piece of shit. Would you like to make a donation to C-Razor? This conversation is pretty much just gonna go like this. Thirsty for money? Am I thirsty for money? You guys make a demand, and I make a demand. That's fair, right? Oh, Alexander Coleman, thanks. Thanks for donation. Okay. Done. Clinks. Alright, let's talk about this for a second. Appreciate it, Alexander.
In blue span voice clinks for donation.
Alright, we're playing Clinks. Didn't I just tell this guy? No, what was this after? Right. Here it is. Let's try to review, dude. Hey, Jesus, I know that you're probably a teenager, right? But would you agree that if they make a demand, then I get to make a demand? That's fair, right? When you go to McDonald's and you want a cheeseburger, they're gonna ask you for some money to get your cheeseburger, right? Would you agree that it's unfair if a person expects a cheeseburger for free? Would you also agree that just because you're watching the stream doesn't mean that I owe you a single fucking thing? Goddamn entitled kids. Mommy and daddy give you everything, don't they? Carry for donation? Guys, it's just how it works. Did you play alright, or were you 1k MMR garbage? I think 1k MMR is being a little generous, man. I'm just joking. Nah, you played alright. Thanks, Devraj. Yeah, no, it's just happens. That's right. Thank you, Alexander. Wait, this is the euro sign, right? Is that the euro sign? Or is that the pound sign? I always get them mixed up. So you're from Europe? Alex? Xander? Yeah, I'm gonna report yes as soon as I can. Come on. Let me report this fuck. I can't. Looks like servers are pretty unstable, yeah. Oh, please no. Sin, glad you like the backdrop. Fuck McDonald's, go eat KFC. You know, I agree with you. I actually like KFC more than McDonald's. Glad you like it, Reinhardt. Hi, Koljeet. Yeah, Jesus, good win. Go get a job and don't get paid. Relax, man. Do you see that you're an entitled kid? So I asked, for some of you guys who make donations, I asked you guys make a demand, so I make a demand. That's fair. And you just showed us how entitled you are. Like I said earlier, mommy and daddy give you everything you want, so you expect things from others. So others are not allowed to expect things, but you're allowed to. Do you see that? That's you, man. That's you. I'm not mad. I just don't like entitled shits. What does UE stand for? That's how you say my name in Vietnamese. Hi, Amreen. But I'm entitled, Blue. Do what I want, or you'll be hearing from my parents. I look forward to meeting them. How did I play Meepo today? Wait, what? Pounds? Okay, so you're British. We've got quite a few British here. Am I right? Where are we? Thanks, guys. Thanks. Hello, Roshan. Too late. Yeah, a little late. Do you find it funny Valve still doesn't have an official status page for their services? I don't have any opinion on this. I mean, someone else made it for them for free, right? So why would you do it yourself if someone else did it? Which server do I use? So Ashwin, if you look at the very bottom right of the screen, you can see the server that I use. What role do I play? I play every role. Your role looks like an E. Okay. Thank you. I agree. $1.31. Nice. I just got £5, right? So that's like 6.5 US dollars. Nice. Hey man, the Canadian government said that there is a risk of terrorism for travelers who go to Indonesia. So, kind of scared. Prem, I had that problem like 20 minutes ago. Relax, man. What did I expect? Hey, man, you fucked up. You don't think that you fucked up, but you fucked up. You're going to disagree with me, but you fucked up. So, like I said earlier, somebody made a demand, and then I made a demand. That's fair, right? And then you're like, oh, you're thirsty for money or hungry for money or whatever you said, right? So you're accusing me of being greedy, and you expect that I should be playing heroes not for money. Do you see that that's what it implies? Do you not see that you said that? Oh my god, if you don't see that, you're so fucking dense, man. Relax, man. How about you stop being entitled? Mate, fuck that guy. You're your only boss, Blue. If you want to do it, you do it. That's what I'm trying to say. But he thinks he's my boss, so he expects things, but he doesn't realize that he expects things. Fucking kids, man. Hi, Antonio. Welcome back. Good job, Alex. All servers down except US. Is that right? Hi there. What was the first video game you played? Mario Brothers 3. 3? 1. 1. Hey, please speak English only. You didn't attach any negative moral assessment to it? Man, you are so fucking dense. Okay, so when you say, oh, you're thirsty for money, what do you think that implies? Do you not want money? I think you have low social awareness. Yeah, you just say shit and you don't know what it implies. Okay, man. Hi, Tyrone. Didn't I say hello to you earlier? How my Dota 2 and Steam isn't working. Anyone help? I think you should call Gaben. Where are we? Must be just toxic Dota players going outside after servers are down. Wouldn't surprise me. It's time like this. I regret using Steam for Path of Exile. Can't you log in the other way as well? You know, Alexander, we might not actually be queued. It might be debating us. The queue might not be working. But either way, if it doesn't work, then then we'll do it another time. Hey man, I'm not gonna put up your stupidity. You spammed hi twice and then you just said stupid out of nowhere. You're gone. I'm playing Clinks regardless of matchup, so we're just gonna play unranked. And it's a donation game. This Jesus person doing mental gymnastics to not look like an asshole. Yeah, no, like, I fucking hate it, people. You fuck it up and then you don't apologize. You just say, oh, relax, bro. Oh, you angry? That's your fault, right? Like, that's it's not something that I did. You relax, man. You see that shit? That is like, okay, so we can conclude that he's entitled, first of all, and then now he oh, what was the word I was about to use? Arrogant kind of describes it, but oh, irresponsible, right. He doesn't take responsibility for his actions. You relax, man. You know, like, excuse me? You accused me of being greedy and thirsty for money, and now you just fucking do your mental gymnastics. I just explained this. Hey, Antonio, man, no, take care of your family. Pay your bills. Work. Why people blame me? Are you talking about the money thing? No, that's just the one guy who's entitled. I think we're about to ban him real soon, depending on what he says next. Don't call me, I'm on the phone with my ma. Call him. This is absolutely right. You know when people fuck up? I actually really respect people who's like, okay, my bad, you know, that was out of line, or, you know, I was insensitive and I won't do it again. Just something like that, right? But when people are like, they kind of double down on this, I was like, oh, I didn't say that. Yes, you did. Relax, man. Like, you see how you're not taking responsibility for the shit that you did? Holy shit, man, these kids. Did you get any good team offers? No. I'm just 5k player. Hi, Ashwin. What do you think about Anti-Mage not going Battlefield in some games? Well, it's a very rare instance. I mean, 2B, right? 7k Anti-Mage player. He roams, and I think sometimes he doesn't go Battlefield. I mean, anything in Dota 2, man, is situational, right? Counter pick for Ursa, Oracle. Winter Wyvern. From all games you played except Dota 2, which one you want to play again with your buddies? I don't really know, man. I've played Dota 2 for so long, I can't really remember too many other games. But I mean, I've been playing Path of Exile, and that's pretty relaxing. Blue is spending time for you to enjoy something to watch, like a show. When you request something specific, it's normal to pay. $5 is actually a symbolic payment. That's absolutely it, Inspector Gadget. Thank you for understanding that. No, I sometimes get those kind of comments where, like, people like demand something like play Razor or play Meeple or something like that. I'm like, okay, well, that's fine. Like make a donation, right? Like they don't like it when I say that, right? And that just shows that they're entitled, right? Like two sides making demands, that's fair. But when I mean, we have a comic for situations like this. Hold on a sec. So I mean, this is basically the internet right here, right? This guy's trying to sell some cupcakes, right? This is me. And this is the internet, right? Hey, those cupcakes look delicious. They are. Are they free? No. And then you see that guy right there? That's fucking him right there. Entitled kids. Hello, Pro. Yes. And yes, you're late. Thanks for the servers, Gaben, but I still don't see a game. Hey, Barry, I'm good. How are you? Hey, man, part of being a streamer is replying to the stream chat, good or bad. Anyways, if someone goes out of line, then we just kick them out. PewDiePie or T-Series? I'm pretty sure only Indian people are loyal to T-Series. Am I wrong? Excuse me, are you trying to assume that I'm Japanese? That's right, Data. Why in your stream always have this kind of person? Well, think about it this way, Amreen. I'm not sure how many people are watching right now. I turned that number off for myself, but let's just say that there's 200 or 300 people, right? So within this large group of people of 200 or 300 people, right? There's always a certain percentage of the population that are just entitled shits. That's just how it is, right? Some of you guys are 12 years old. Some of you guys are 13. Some of you guys are 20 years old. Some of you guys are even 30 years old. But remember, there are 12 and 13-year-olds watching, and mommy and daddy give them everything they want, so then they act like entitled shits. And they don't realize that. But I realize that, and it's not going down here in this stream. How to use Invoker? You cast spells? Hi, man. Yeah, I am 5K player, that's a fact. Still toxic people just shooting. Yep, I mean, with a crowd of people, you know, there's always a percentage of the population that are like that. Makes us scrubs feel like garbage. Well, I mean, the original question was, did I get a pro offer or a pro team offer, right? Like, but to be pro, you can't be 5K. That's just how it is. Like, I think you can't even be 6K. I don't think there are any 6K pros on tier 1 teams. All the pros are at least 7K, so you know what I mean? It's like competing at the Olympics. I don't know, man. So you made a lot of progress in Rivian, dude. It's your birthday? I don't believe you. You have proof of that, sir. Yeah, it seems to be down everywhere. Left Terrace, I'm good, how are you? Have a good night, Poochie. Thanks for visiting again. That's right, Dan. I did get that comic off of them. I'm not even playing. Like, I've been queuing this for like, how long have we been queued, Alexander? A very, very long time. Okay, like I said, you see how he's just like, oh, he's still mad, har, angry, har. You're so fucking funny, man. You're totally a responsible person who understands their actions and not entitled, right? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, man, you're a shit. You're entitled shit, and you're gonna disagree with me, but everyone here thinks so, except for you. And now you can't talk on the stream anymore. Sorry, no garbage here. I think we noticed, Agnes, it's just that we can't do anything about it. Turn on betting next game, please win. Yeah, you lost a lot of points last game, huh? Thanks, JT. I'm Asian, yes. How do you get illustrations for every situation? Well, I've got a collection of it. You know, I have... You guys want to see some of my collections? Okay, wait. So, I deal with so much shit on the stream that I just... I just want to roast these kids, right? You know how, like this illustration, right? It's for those people who just, out of nowhere, with no context, they just start bragging about something like that, right? Like, hey guys, I got a new car. I don't know if it's a good car or not, but I think it's a Lamborghini. Do you guys know that car? Like, no one gives a shit, right? We have lots of those people. We have illustrations for like when you know, like those people who are like, oh, hey Bluespan, every time I try to carry, my supports don't support, they don't buy awards, and they feed. Every time I support, my carries can't last hit, they don't know how to farm, and they feed. Why can't I go up in MMR? My team sucks dick, and they're so bad. I'm a genius, but my team's so bad. What do I do? So, you know, we, yeah. They're kind of similar in, in theme. I'm in the group Mensa, which is a high IQ organization. Yeah, we have lots of these. Anyways, just some of them. I just collect them so I can roast kids. I found them on the internet. Hey, Muhammad. It's okay to be late, man. I appreciate that you come, though. English only, please. How long did you reach your current MMR? What was your first MMR? Hey, Giza, thanks for subscribing. Hey, Taran, you have to understand that I played Dota 1. So it's not like I started Dota 2 just at the same time as everyone else. I played Dota 1. So when I calibrated my MMR in Dota 2, I already calibrated at the max MMR, which is, when I calibrated, 4.3k MMR. So for you to ask me a question like that, it's not going to be very helpful. Hello, Roni. Do you counter anti-mage? Counter him with pushing strats or crowd control? Subscribe to both the channels? Hey. But which one do you prefer? Are servers working in Southeast Asia? I have no idea. Use Invoker with keyboards? Hey, you forgot the mouse. Yeah, no, he thinks he's smart. He's like, I turned down my volume. Oh, this guy's still mad. Like, nah, you're just pathetic, man. Hey, well, I'm glad you're enjoying the show, man. I appreciate your positive comments. Your Steam down, yes. Did you see Liquid versus OG? Actually, I did watch the replay. Just one replay, a little bit of one replay yesterday. I watched Anna play PA. And then I think OG also had Magnus on their team, and my controller was playing LC. I didn't finish the game, but was it good? We are both with narrow eyes, but you're in America differently, me from Russia. I have narrow eyes? Do my eyes look that small to you? I think he's just trying to be racist. You sound racist, man. Try not to be racist, okay? Where am I from? I'm from Canada. Did I play League of Legends? I've tried it once or twice. he's out of here, Nubian dude. Can you explain good tips for ranked Guardian to Legend? Yeah, watch the replays. Legion and Wood? Like jungling Legion? Are you asking me if that's good? No, it's not good. Gaming rig in description of stream. It's really high 5k. Not just like 5.0, 5.1 or any that shit. For you to be even immortal, you have to be 5.8k or 5.76 or something like that. Yeah. Oh hey, you actually went up 1,000 MMR. Thanks, Roy. Thanks again. No, I don't. Doesn't matter what your age is. My opinion, for me, all that matters is respect you give. You can respect your own. That's absolutely right. I think age does matter a little bit because with time you start to learn things, right? Whereas like it doesn't surprise me if an 11 or 12-year-old acts disrespectful, right? Because they just haven't had the opportunity to be educated, or their mommy and daddy just don't know how to educate them, right? Whereas like as you grow up and you get a job and you actually get educated in university, you start to learn that kind of stuff, right? You learn that you can't talk that way to people, right? Or else people they're gonna kick you out of their stream, or they're gonna punch you in the face. Don't I stream on Twitch? I don't. Do I like fountain pens? I haven't used a pen in a very long time, so not particularly. Yeah, Gadget, I don't know when we're gonna find a game. I think even though it looks like I'm queuing, I'm not actually queuing because I think Dota 2's down. And we might just end the stream I don't know if nothing happens for a while. Did I just not answer this? Did he not just say that earlier? Pretty sure I answered that exact comment, right? Yeah, you said that already, man. I answered it to you. Oh. Yes, I played on Southeast Asia server before, and I'm not doing it again. Hi, Hoozy. Hi, Imhotep. I'm alright. How are you? What's the other channel? If you're talking about Devraj's comment, he's talking about PewDiePie and T-Series. Well, yeah, I remember that. Kappa. Were you the one who made the keyboard comment? That was you, right? Pretty sure it was the keyboard comment. I mean, you're not wrong. It doesn't matter. We're playing unranked because there's a hero request, and I'm playing that hero regardless of lineup. Is Heart good for sniper? Probably not. You're probably better off with Satanic. Answered. Was I discussing about blaming teammates for bad play earlier? I'm talking about people who do that. I don't generally do that. Sometimes, like, if someone's like really misplaying, like let's say they're 2 kills 25 deaths, right? Then you're like, okay, yeah, this guy had a little bit too much. But generally, I don't blame my teammates. I'm like, okay, well, he probably had a hard lane, or we didn't help him at all. He got dived in his tower, and we didn't even TP. So generally, at my bracket, I know that people can have hard games. But what we were talking about is how some people think that they're better than their teammates. You know, like, I'm 2K, but I deserve to be 4K. My teammates suck. What do I do? Like, no, you fucking 2K because you're 2K, right? Hey, Stiff. I'm alright. How are you? Nah, I'd just rather read comments. And Gaben, who are you? I know you're one of my mods, but what was your other name before you changed to Gaben? Hey, Admiral, I didn't really play Troll, so... I mean, he seems stronger now. From a man-fighting perspective. That's all I really think. Hi, Bcash. I'm 30 years old. What do I think about spamming Sim here? I think it's boring. Indonesian? What is Indonesian? His comments are so fucking idiotic and funny. Nah, I don't want to deal with this shit. Too stupid, man. How many hours of Dota you have played? Let's have a look. I have 9,893 hours of Dota 2 on this account. Answered. Try restarting Dota 2. I don't think that's going to do anything. I have no idea what this is. No one can get a game right now, I think. Answered. Juggernaut. I've come in top 5 in some tournaments, in some small tournaments, I should say. What game, in your opinion, is more complicated than Dota? I have no idea. Dota is a very, very complicated game. What build did I do this league in Path of Exile? Here, I'll show you. Path of Exile. So, Adrian, it was this build. Goofy, Goobers, Winter is Coming, Elementalist, easily clear all content build. And it basically, you get Winter Orb and Blade Vortex. And you run around and everything dies. That's about it. Play with bots? I'm good, man, please. Thanks, Rama. Can you believe a person with 5k commands can be Guardian? I suppose so. Some people are like, at the end of every game, they're like, hey, swap commands, you know? Nah, I'm not going to play that game. I have literally hundreds of mods. So we're going to be sitting here for a while, and I'm not going to do that. What's your 3 favorites Dota 2 heroes? I like Juggernaut, I like Razor recently, and I like Lion. Found the Indonesian. Yes. 9k Southeast Asian player. Every Indonesian player loves In Your Dream. GameCube stopped? I didn't do that. What the fuck? Well, hopefully it works. Actually works this time. This is when I start playing Dota. Something like over 12 years ago. Yeah, it's actually over 9,000. It's like a year of hours. No, I think it's actually more than that. Let's calculate it. Okay, 365 days a year times 24, right? Yeah, so I guess it's a bit more than a year worth of hours. That's a lot of Dota 2. Hello, Peruvian guy. I didn't notice, but thank you for putting it up. Steam down, I think it is. Morphling for donation. Oh, you know it. Yeah, it's not the most exciting build, but it's kind of it's easy, you know. I'm trying to play a game, but I can't. I just can't find a game. Thanks, Jeff. Try not to advertise here, okay? I think so. Do I love adventure? No, I mean the alternative. I mean, who doesn't like going on adventures, right? No, I don't like adventures. I just like to sit here. You'd have to have some serious depression to. That's like saying, do you like fun? Do you like fun, Bluespan? Hi. Do you try playing Apex new game? I have not. Thank you for the calculations, JT. Techies for donation. Here, I'll play sound effect for you. Dandy's a nice guy. Who was the first hero you played with Dota 1? I actually do not even remember. Oh, you're 27, are you? Where are you from, like Asia guy? I was born in Vietnam, if that was your question. I'm not sure if it's working. Invoker, I think, is the hardest hero to play. Holy fuck! We've been just sitting here, waiting for game for like 30 minutes. Oh my god. Oh, and I lost 25 MMR from that last game. There it is. Oh god, I can't believe I'm the only one who disconnected. This guy unpauses on his own teammate and is toxic. Nice, it worked. Can you explain a bit about position 1-5? Yes, 5 is support generally, and 1 is hard carry. It's farm priority. That's all it is. It's not complex or anything. It's just position 1, they farm. Position 5, they don't farm. I'm 30 years old. You must come back later. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. How long? Fast play game. Very. I think you have some grammar problems. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Oh, I see what you're implying. Yeah, I was really hoping that game wouldn't count. Although part of me is kind of happy that Earth Spirit lost MMR. Fucking piece of shit. When you start playing Dota, is it hard to play? Yes, it is. Very high skill cap game. So you don't even know Dota 2, but you're in a Dota 2 stream? That's interesting, man. Invoker for donation. What to do when reviewing your own replay? I think you should ask yourself why you aren't taking objectives, or why did you TP there, or why did you die? I think those are generally good questions. Yeah, that was really sad, Lulu. Why is Steam down? Only Gaben can answer your question. I just answered this question. Oh, hey, I heard something. Maybe we can actually queue for a fucking game now. Alexander, you still here? Trying to play Klinkster, yeah. But if you're not here, no Klinkshi. Okay, good. You know that you have higher MMR than Henry Raw Dota? Do I? I actually dropped by his stream, I think like 2 or 3 days ago, and I noticed that he was on a rank 300 account. Did he buy that account? Because I've heard accusations of him buying accounts. I don't know, man. Maybe he actually does have the skill, though. I don't really know. Techies for donation, Night Stalker for donation. Hey, man. How dare you leave? You want me to be an offlaner? Interesting. Like one of my weaker lanes. How much more time we have to wait? That's what I'm wondering. CM, did you? This is basically how I play Razor. Yay! Can I play some music? Alright, we'll play the music of rain. What do you do other than playing Dota? I eat food. I jerk off. I work out. I watch movies. Go to the gym. I hike. Yes, I could. Would you like to make a donation to see different roles, sir? Yeah, hopefully it doesn't take too much longer. Andika, you should watch your own replays. You want to make Bitcoin donation? Hey Karthik, it's both. 6.6k? Yeah. If that is his count, then he's a better player than me. I'm not sure if I agree with this, because he can also build Quap to be a very good late game. I mean, her scream of pain. I think that's what it's called, right? Her E, like, it's a disable, an AOE disable. It's really powerful. Steamcraft? I don't know what that is. That's your rank. What does the number in immortal rank mean? That's your rank. The number is your immortal rank. You know what you should do? You should look up this word in the dictionary. He just won the open qualifier to minor. Okay. Yeah, maybe he doesn't. No, Rain, it's irritating. Play something else. Rain is irritating? Are you serious? Nah, man, you're just gonna have to put up with it. Oh, he bought 7 accounts? Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry about that, Ramat. Current relationship status? Taken. Planning to see endgame? Yes. Hey, I don't know why you ask me so many dumb questions, man. Are you 13 years old? Seriously, this guy, like, he was here yesterday. I think he was spamming something like, oh, play this, play this, play this. Restart Steam? I don't think I need to do that. Thanks, man, but I don't think you even play Dota at all, right? Debated. Hi. Last day backseat gaming. Think today peaceful? I wouldn't count on it. Backseat gaming every day, man. Arena's the best. Glad you like it. Who bought account? All right. The Nubian dude is talking about a streamer named Raw Dota. Enjoy your game. You play Dota a lot. Okay, you play Dota a lot, but yet you asked me, what was the question? Hey, Bluespan, when you start playing Dota 2, is it hard? Yeah, you just asked right here. Why would you ask that if it's hard to play, if you've already played it? You would know, right? That's like asking a question you already know the answer to. What sake do I prefer? To be honest with you, I don't drink too much sake. Like I've tried the Gekkeikan cheap sake, right? And it's okay. And I've tried some expensive stuff and it's okay to me. So I just don't drink too much of it. Which rank am I stuck in the longest? I've seen them float around 1500. There are only 2,000 people on Immortal rank. Yes. In my region. I heard about this TV show, but I've never seen it, JT. How many hours have I played? More than 10,000? We're playing Clinks, regardless of hero composition, so we were playing unranked. Yeah, I do have a good memory sometimes from that. Lindra, glad you like the channel. glad you think I'm the best streamer in Rubian, dude. I'm an anime fan. Yeah. I've seen a lot of anime. Not like a ton, but like I've seen a lot of popular ones. Do you drink lots of sake? I'm more of a whiskey kind of guy. Whiskey, vodka, like a hard liquor kind of guy. I drink lots of beer too. There's no humiliating Filipino today. It's okay, man. There's idiots in every country. You don't have to feel bad. Have you considered joining a team? Yes, I used to be part of a 6K team. We didn't do very well. We just get beat by 7K teams. So honestly, there's no point in trying to become a pro unless you can at least hit 7K. Strongly recommended. Okay. Always sunny in Philadelphia. I think the only person who can overtake this momentum from you, if CLQ from 2020 somehow come back to his former glory. He's my friend. Like, we talk to each other fairly often. Thanks, Lulu. Yeah, no, he's like the king of toxicity, and I'm like the king of PMA. Sorry, I don't do song requests. I have no idea. Oh yeah, I saw a little bit of One Punch Man, just a little bit of the first season, like the first 3 episodes or something like that. Yeah, it was pretty funny stuff. Maybe I should finish it. Still in a queue, huh? You're not good with whiskey, but vodka you're down? Oh, interesting. I think whiskey's easier to drink, but hey, to each their own. You know, I like to start off my drinking night with some shots of whiskey. Beer, it just seems to me that you just have to drink so much of it to get drunk, you know. So I like to go in fast. Favorite top 3 anime? I think my favorite is Death Note. My second favorite is Sword Art Online, and my third, I like Naruto. It was pretty good. There's so many episodes though, so I don't even know how much of it I've watched. I think I've watched like maybe like at least around 150 episodes. But I think there's like over 500 episodes or something like that. It's a long series. Have I completed my education? I graduated from high school almost 13 years ago. Do I like marijuana? Yep. Why you pilk? I don't understand what that means. This is true? Is it raining? Yeah, haven't you looked out the window? I have no idea what you're saying. Do I play with my subscribers? I play with some sponsors. I like all sorts of genres. Invoker for donation. COQ's reformed now. I don't know if you know this, but he actually just recently started up his Twitch again because he got his Twitch account was unbanned, and he is back as CLQ, and he had the voice changer, and he was being toxic. So maybe you can give him a watch again if you like that kind of toxicity. Moon Ranger for donation. My virgin. Hey Max, I think that you're probably a teenager, right? Do you know the only people who care about the status of someone's virginity is usually other virgins and teenagers? Usually when you get to your 20s, you go to university, you start to have girlfriends, man, and people don't give a shit about that kind of stuff anymore. I'm 30 years old, so let me know what you think about that. I'm from Canada. Sounds about it. Hate the smell of whiskey. I do too. That's why you gotta drink it quickly, you know? Cook is not unbalanced at all.
Whose band is it? Oh, yours! 5 seconds left.
Oh yeah, for the person who said Kunkka was imbalanced, right? I mean, we could look it up right now, right? Dotobop, Heroes, Meta.
Your pick now. Meepo.
Kunkka. 51% win rate. Doesn't seem so imbalanced to me, man.
10 seconds.
Yeah, we finally have a game. It's okay, Neomax. Thanks for apologizing, but generally, you don't want to ask people if they're virgins. It's not even an important question, right? Like, you ask someone if they're a virgin, and then, I mean, how is that useful information? Like, okay, this guy fucks. Okay, he didn't fuck. And then, I mean, what good would that do for you, right?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Enchantress mid? Hey Daniel, I'm working right now. I'm a professional streamer. Okay.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Enchantress, do you want to go safe lane? Actually, I don't know if that's a good idea. BP. Who lanes? None of us lane that well against BB, huh? Maybe Mars should be safe lane. Mars, you wanna go safe lane? The amount of money that I make per month is a secret, guys.
Where goes my eye, goes
Mars, go safe lane.
Time to put this thing in the bag and drown it in the river.
Yes.
I can fight Jug.
I alight to battle.
I guess he's Spanish. Your question is not a very good question. I mean, how do you want me to expect that answer? I get between 0 to 30 kills per match. I get 1 kill, I get 2 kills, I get 3 kills, I get... You see how it's not a good question, man?
Straight as an arrow.
It was like AFK. Daniel, I live on my own in the city.
Whoa. 30 seconds to battle. Lots to do before the battle starts. So get cracking.
So you wanna kill with nature's attendants?
This one's in the back.
Where to?
Healing power.
Certainly. Yes. Juggernaut!
The battle begins.
Just fight him, man.
The arrow of war is loosed. Point the way.
Wow, we didn't.
Yes.
The silencer got both the runes. That's a complete win for him.
None quicker.
I should have just instead of trying to kill the Jig, I should have just tried to.
Light my way.
Oh. Hey Daniel, how do you just pull those assumptions out of your ass?
Indeed. I swear it. My bones outlive me. Straight shooter. Yes. Better to run than curse the road. Certainly. On target. Yes. Yes. Light my way. Straight as an arrow. I alight to battle. Tonight. I swear it. Better to run than curse the road. Think goes my bones. Point the way. Yes. None quicker.
Yeah, he's taking a fucking interview survey.
Shot dead.
What? They both died to neutral creep? Silencer died first, so
Where to?
he doesn't get intelligence, I guess. That's good.
Indeed. Yes. With a Hogan
He's one hit away from death. Wah wah.
fly true. Yes. Indeed.
Dark Willow, run at him, man. Don't be a pussy.
Light my way.
There you go.
What? You thought you would win?
Worthy of gold. Certainly. Straight as an arrow. Yes.
So do people even get Orchid anymore? I have not used the new Clinks,
Arrow lights my way.
so I don't really understand how his new ultimate works. So it's just based on your attack damage? I know people like to get diffusal on this hero. Orchid diffusal? Is that what I was out to get?
Bottom's missing.
Isn't it like Pangolier Swashbuckle? You know, the ultimate? Honest question, because I just don't know this shit, man. Oh my goodness. Man, if only God. Maybe I could have got killed if I didn't try to go for that last hit. Is he gonna die? Oh! He fucking just died, man. Dark Willow, dude. You getting the rune? I'm dying here, man. Holy shit. I'm gonna shrine bottom.
I like to battle.
We got Desolator, right?
Are you even watching your top tower?
Alexander, do you have any input on item builds? Fuck. Try not to use searing arrows. It's difficult.
Yes.
Wow, that was an obvious smoke. Yeah, I see. Oh, Namdoda!
To see the future. My
Aren't you supposed to not be here today? Right now?
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
Yeah, I just haven't played this hero. I think I go Orchid and we just go pew 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 pew.
Yes. Light my way. Yes.
You're sick? Are you okay, man? Sick with what, if you don't mind me asking? What the fuck? I died! Must've been Oracle's E. You're fucking dead, Silencer. You're fucking dead! Do you have boots? Mine! Double kill! Generic, non-threatening respiratory bullshit. Okay. Well. I don't really know how much damage my ult does. But maybe we can kill somebody.
None quicker.
Are you sure Orchid's not good?
Yes.
I think I can kill this guy right now, can't I?
Yes.
He's fucking dead, isn't he? Fucking dead right on my screen. Yeah, so it's just like Swashbuckle the way that it's aimed. You're so dead, bud. Morphling's coming to kill us. Oh, why didn't I use my wand? I thought I have enough mana! Ah! Oh, Jesus Christ. You tread swap? Try to use ability? But Holy shit. Oh man. Yeah, 1 mana away, dude. So sad. Oh, I need to set a hotkey for autocast.
Yes.
Hey, taking the courier.
I am not.
You want to stop fucking with it?
Yes. See you burn. None quicker.
I don't know about that one. Oh, he's going back in. Okay, okay. Have enchant? You don't have enchant, dude.
Yes.
Where the fuck is the silencer? Oh, there he is. I think we put a wall over.
Yes.
Where the? Oh my god.
They're trying to
Sneaky
knock
little
down your
bitch.
middle tower. Let's fly. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. I like to battle. Dire's structures are fortified. Firing.
お前はもう死んでいる。何?
I'm gonna mute you for that sound effect. Right now. Just because you can use it doesn't mean you should, man. Come on. Don't act like a 13-year-old, okay?
Your middle tower is under attack.
So, if I don't go Orchid, what do I get for regeneration? Medallion?
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Sounds good to me.
An arrow lights my way.
Medallion and Clarities? Something like that?
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I'm making just Shrine. Oh no, Shrine's gone.
Killing spree.
Okay, we stockpile Clarities.
Indeed.
Okay. Orchid will be good against Morphling. Yeah, but he's probably gonna buy Manta Style either way. Victor, can you stop spamming? We heard you the first. How many times? Uni, thanks for subscribing. Neo Max, do you think that you're better than our mid?
Yes. Dominating.
So does my ult work with strafe? So if I use strafe, does my ult do more damage? Is that how it works?
Better to run than curse the road.
No? Okay.
Mega kill! Yes.
You can kill this guy, huh?
Straight shooter. Straight as an arrow.
You can kill this guy. All right, let's try this. Let's try this. So we're gonna Okay, we're gonna try it from over here, and then we just
Yes.
not enough damage.
None quicker.
Motherfucker. How many slash me? Do it. I tried.
Yes.
I'm dead.
My soul is quenched.
My blade has tasted.
Man, some of you guys are really smart.
Wow.
Mine is truly a blessed life.
Thank you, GK. Glad you appreciate what I do. He doesn't have Omni Slash. What the fuck? He's just gonna spin out, man. Oh my god.
Indeed.
This guy doesn't play Juggernaut, or is his first time playing Mars or some shit?
Killing spree. I swear it. Indeed. Straight as an arrow. Dominating.
Oh, he died, dude.
Yes. Point the way.
Fuck that shit. Man, can I get some vision? There we go.
Yes.
What's my talents now? 5 armor? That sounds
Yes.
not that good.
Yes. Compound damage. In my sights. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. I alight to battle. Double damage. Better to run than curse the road.
Okay.
Light my way. Better to run than curse the road. Where to?
God damn it, just
Killing spree!
oh no! Oh, I should just use Skeleton Hawk. And my wand. Archers are immobile and die with 2 attacks from a hero. Skeletons use their current steering abilities and attack only heroes. Base damage is equal to your hero's base damage. Attack range is equal to your hero's attack. Oh, so by that logic, Dragon Lance is very good.
I alight to battle. Light my way. I swear it.
Bouncer's going top.
None quicker. Attack.
Thanks, Mr. Meme.
Can you defend top inch?
Oh my god.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your top
20
tower
minute
has
rune.
fallen.
Point the way.
My sprites are with us.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Guys, item builds are fucking situational. I know everyone here has an opinion on like, this item's good, that defuse is good. Yeah, I understand. You guys don't understand that item builds are situational. Extremely situational.
Straight as an arrow.
Yeah, no damage. Need to farm more. This is not good fight. Oh god. Okay, good job.
Keep pushing, maybe?
Yeah, I got Desolator coming.
Certainly. Point the way.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I swear.
Thanks, Mr. Meme. That's really annoying.
Did you guys hear this war on? The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yes. Quick fire.
Holy shit. I don't have my ultimate, man. Oh, I really want to kill the BB. Holy shit. This guy's too YOLO.
Top tower is under attack. Yes. Radiant structures are fortified.
Defend us.
Top tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there.
Just run. I don't know if we can kill him.
Tower is under attack.
Light my way.
Killing spree.
Oh my god. I want to kill the silencer. I think they don't have.
Yes.
I don't think silencer even knew I was there. I think it was just a coincidence that he hit me with Arcane Curse.
I alight to battle.
Oh my god, too powerful! How's he so tanky? What items does he have? Oh, it was the this guy's Crimson Guard is fucking me. Damn, dude. Oh yeah, get him, Witch Doctor. I think this guy's gonna die. I think he's probably dead.
If your mid tower could talk,
Holy
it'd
fuck,
be
this guy's just
pretty
in
mad.
our
Giant
tier 3.
structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Holy fuck, we just fucking took her. Guys, they're taking our Rex.
Middle barracks are under
Yeah, we're coming, we're coming.
You want wanted your middle barracks to not fall. You're doing it wrong.
Holy fuck, we just took a Rex.
None quicker.
Wah wah.
We can roll.
Okay.
Point the way. Since you are right. Since you are right.
Roshan has fallen to the Zion.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know if it's worth it to get these runes, but we're gonna go check. Might be a waste of time.
Yes.
I think it's already gone.
None quicker.
$5 US per hero, Mr. Meme.
Certainly. Straight as an arrow. Straight shooter.
I'm gonna die to fucking curse. Kill me! Kill me!
I do not fear the flame.
He bought back if you kill.
I'm gonna need a BKB. I think. Do I need BKB? If Morphling goes E-Blade, I definitely need BKB. Oh, I don't know about this BKB. Maybe not. See you later, Nerubian, dude. You're welcome for the game. No, I don't think I need BKB. Oh my god, look at this guy just changes his opinions just like that. Professional scrub, you think BKB is play to lose? But if I wanted to throw this game. But the real Jug? That's the real Jug. He's dead, dude. He's just dead right on my screen. I saw someone else. Oh, fuck.
Indeed. Point the way. Yes. Yes.
I think he may have seen me. Oh wait, no, if they have sentry up there, that ward would be gone.
Then curse the road. Yes.
The bottom tower is under attack. Double kill. Your bottom tower just took a hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. Done good. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. Dire structures are fortified.
I alight to battle.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower. The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Certainly.
Radiant structures are
Oh my god.
Ooh,
They
your
always
bottom
wait for me to use
tower's
Swift, huh?
kinda bad.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Point the way.
The bottom shrine is under attack.
Yes.
Oh, I see a courier. I see a silencer. Die! Are you fucking kidding me? He's got to be one hit away. I need more damage.
Your flesh is weak. For the Hoven lands. No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
Oh, did I not use my searing arrows there? Oops. I'm a fucking idiot.
Straight as an arrow.
Didn't use searing arrows, guys. God, so sad. Did I use searing arrows?
Then curse the road. I swear it.
Just what the
I did use?
ordered.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Oh, that's good.
Light my way. Think. On target. Think goes my bones. Shot dead. Get it to run, then curse the road. I'm under attack. The enemy's top tower is falling. Point the way. Yes. Certainly. I fire my arrow. Yes. I swear it.
Hey, Daniel. The enemy are on average Divine or Mortal. Do you think that you're better than Divine or Mortal? Or are you just a cocky shit?
Yes. An arrow through. The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen. An arrow. Where to?
Yo, Andrew Johnson. You missed a couple of Alchemist games recently. Been playing that.
I alight to battle. Yes.
No, 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 no.
Light my way.
Wait, in crew.
I swear it. My bones have me. I alight to battle. Light my way.
Careful, they have a shrine. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. You're all dead.
Killing spree.
I guess they have to go for bottom or throne.
That's a relief.
Can we stop backseat gaming?
The middle barracks are under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Your item suggestions are not good, man. Stop backseat gaming.
The middle barracks has fallen.
Guess you're mortal then.
The furnace of my heart cannot be quenched. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty magic out there. Yes. Where to?
Damn it, Morphling.
Better to run, my just reward.
I'll take that.
Can we stop the backseat gaming?
None quicker.
Holy fuck.
Invisibility. Even fire burns to coals.
Tell your mom she's fat, man. Go ahead. Or ugly. Fat and ugly. Try that. Sky Rapper. I'm sure you have very good social skills, right?
Your top tower needs some help.
I don't need Lincolns. All I need to do there is press E like 1 second earlier, and I can disjoint.
Tower don't fall. I'll wait, somebody.
Doesn't even destroy it. Worthy of a dog's praise.
Guy's dead.
For vengeance. Yes.
Hit Troll Warlord, he's just a kid.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
This increases my... yeah, probably better.
Certainly.
Can we go mid? Can we go mid, please?
Yes.
Lost and ready.
You know, Neomax, you were pretty toxic yourself earlier. You were trash talking the enemy team, weren't you?
Nature attend us.
My way. Enemy's middle tower is no more. I fire my arrow. Radiant called in the fortification. Certainly. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I'll just rat top or something like that. What the fuck?
Then curse the road. Dominating! Own it! The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Not up the sky, but I suddenly like your chances. I allow you to clamor with the will burn. Yes. Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right? Enemy bottom barracks just took a dive. Ah, no, Ripley. The enemy's bottom barracks is for you. Now have mega drinks. Put your back into it. This one's almost done. Mega kill!
Come on, sprites.
Straight shooter. Enemy's middle tower just hit the dust. Enemy's middle tower is no more.
I gotta go to the bathroom, Chris. Alexander, hope you like the Clinks game. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back. And when I get back, I'm gonna show you what items are good on Clinks. Okay, I know exactly what items are good on Clinks. Now, some of you guys have a very good idea of what items are good on Clinks. Oh, let's get committed. Destroy all Sasuke memes. I'll show you which items are good on Clinks. Okay, wait. Let me just go to the bathroom first.
NANI?!
All right, let me show you what items are good on Clinks, guys. Okay. Okay. All right, hold on a sec. All right, so magic wand, good item on Clinks. No talisman, not a good item on Clinks. Good item on Clinks. Good item. 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 This is a good item too. This is a good item. 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 This is a bad item. This is a good 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 item. No. I take that back. Unless you have like Zeus and Venomancer on your team and you want to amp their damage. Maybe a good item. This is a good item. This is a bad item. This is a good 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 item. This is a bad item. This is a good 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 item. Actually, yes. This is a good item. 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 This is a great item. This is a good 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 item. This is the best item. This is a good item. That's a bad item. This is a good item. This is a good item. This is a bad item. This is a good item. This is a good item. This is a good... Are we done here yet? Jesus fucking Christ, guys. It is back, Lulu. And I hope it doesn't come back for a long time. Everyone liked the Clinks game? Did they? Enjoy your game, Adrian. Refresher Clinks new meta? No, I actually had Refresher Clinks in one of my games. You know what? I take it back. Silver Shadowblade can be a good item on Clinks. Because sometimes no one on your team buys Silver Edge or something like that, and maybe you're fighting a farm to BB, so then you have to buy Silver Edge. Just like that. Five Enchantress, huh?
This is where you win.
Got any premiums? Nope. 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 Which Dota streamer has the most toxic viewers? Probably CLQ. Teal, what are you looking to play? Can you play 3? This guy's immortal, but his MMR might be too... He either just hit immortal or his MMR is too low that he can't have a rank. This guy's not saying shit. So, you want to see Enchantress's item build? I gotta tell you, man. It's not the item build as to why she's powerful, okay? It's not the item build.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
5 or feed? Are you fucking serious? 5 or feed?
10 seconds.
Wow. Can I just play Jug bottom, man?
Left.
Can you explain what is teal? Teal is a color. How do I start streaming? Let's see. I have a computer with an internet connection. Then I downloaded the streamer program and then I press start. Five or feed? Oh my god. That's a new one, man. Did you know that boosting is quite pathetic?
What? Huh?
When you ask someone to boost your account, here's what you're saying. I'm too lazy and I don't have the skill to actually level up my account, but I think that I'm better than my team and I deserve to be higher, or I want to show off to my friends that I actually have a higher number of points than I actually do, so could you please boost my account? That's what you're saying when you ask for a boost. Gorang, I'm from Canada.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Hey, Matt Noyle, 4Ks have really bad decision making. Stop being so shit. Oh, okay. Money's not a problem. You're 11 years old. That's what you said earlier, is that you're 11 years old. And now you say money's not a problem? Hey, Randy, I don't even know you, so I'm not going to give you moderator. And regardless if you have money or not, boosting is still pathetic. Oh my god, man. You need some help, dude. There's so much shit that you don't get.
The strength of falling. As you wish.
Oh, we have Invoker.
Fortune and glory await.
We bring our blade.
Yeah, we have tons of mods from Indonesia. I thank you for offering that, though. How do you find a girlfriend in Dota? You think there are girls in Dota?
No retreat.
I shave every single day. Current rank 1500, like it says in the title.
Run if you can. Forward.
My sprites are with us.
A fine idea. Yes.
30 seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before that. We're not sticklers.
Back, man, back, please.
You back.
We go. Coming through. You're all playing my game now. We go.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall.
Oh my god, can I even get this rune?
Don't make me come over there.
Of course.
Oh my god, I'm out of here.
A fine idea. So you say.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yes.
Don't fucking beg on my channel, dude.
Onward. Attack. Stand and fight. At last. We'll take that as tribute. As you wish. Swiftly now. Yeah. It's an honor. Maybe next time. Swiftly now. Strength is ours. Agreed. Already moving. We bring our blade. So you say.
Sucker.
Yeah. Yes.
Invoker's dead.
On it.
Sucker.
To battle.
Magic damage build. Juggernaut, yes, I have.
It's almost time. Onward. As you wish. battle call. To battle.
Soccer! My kill! My kill! You fuck! Fuck this guy.
Yes. As you wish. Learn from your mistakes. We fight. Nope.
Wow, man. Just wow.
Our blade hungers. The only outcome.
Oh, fuck. He's fucked, then we're fucked. You're doing fine, man. Don't worry about it.
Already moving. Okay. It's an honor. Yes.
No! Oh, he almost got it. Wow. Yeah, he put down the Venom ward to try to kill my healing ward. Didn't work. It almost worked.
You cannot hide.
Oh my god, he fucking blocked me for what? So pro. I like that a lot. I love that, especially if I were dire.
Bounty. Agreed. Bounty. We go. The Dragon's Gate.
Look at this guy just fucking hanging around here with 300 fucking HP.
Killing spree!
I don't want to do this anymore.
Yes.
You fucking cunt. You fucking cunt. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Our charge remains.
Hey, welcome back!
Agreed.
Fucking Venomancer, where are you? You shit.
Already moving. Okay. A fine idea. Swiftly.
Okay.
Swiftly now.
Phase boots, motherfucker. Invoker's giving up. He's 0 and 4, dude. That's really bad.
Coming through.
Oh, what a nice juke to the left.
Power run. Of course. It is not time. To battle. We're not ready. It's an honor.
Nature attend
Thanks.
us.
Your middle tower's under attack!
Yes.
Yeah.
To battle.
Seriously?
Not yet. Together with Enigma, Shadow Shaman,
Nice job.
we made we go.
Invoker didn't get tornado?
On it. A fine idea. Onward.
Your middle tower is under attack! Rally the troops and get over there!
Uh-huh. It's an honor. Already moving. Yes. Stand and fight.
Where are you going?
Blade.
Is that a strike invoker? Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, you fucking bitch.
You should be honored. We fight. As you wish.
Come get healed. I left my hoof prints in your backside.
So you say.
Gotcha.
Paid in time. We bring our blade.
How can I win this game?
We're not ready. Die. So you
Can you take me smoke? And we can Ember.
It is not time. What coward runs? The fruits of discipline.
Kind of shrine bottom. Shining bottom. I don't know what item I'm gonna get yet.
We fight. Yes,
No, I'm pretty sure I go Mjolnir.
not yet.
I don't deal with this Mars' bullshit.
At last.
Hello.
Run off.
Very well.
Up.
We bring our blade.
Killing spree!
Who's a career?
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Yes.
Dominating! Double kill!
It is not time. A fine idea.
Wait on courier, please.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Uh-huh. As you wish. Of course.
Top tower is under attack!
We're not ready. As you wish. The dragon's gate slides you. As expected. We fight.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower!
On it. A fine
Your middle
idea.
tower is under attack! You and a couple of
I need a
friends
courier
could
again?
Probably stop that!
Fight. With practice comes strength. Forward.
Okay.
It is not time. battle.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Care of what?
Yes.
Hmm.
We bring our blade. You will fall.
Lightning, please!
Yeah.
Okay, whatever, man. Nice job.
We do this time we come. Yes.
Lightning, please! Lightning!
So you say.
Do you need this?
Run as you can. Ready. Onward. It is not time. Yes. We're not ready. It's an honor. A bit beneath us. Our blade hungers. Not yet. Bounty. Money changes hands. No retreat.
I just walk away from this.
Fall before us.
Walk away, walk away.
Top tower's under attack.
I can use clarity during Venomancer ult, right?
We're under attack. Swiftly.
Top tower needs some help.
Line's not a kill thief all. If Line didn't finger there, there's no other way to kill. Oh, he has the green boots.
Not yet.
I said we need. No one.
Radiant fortified destruction. Pretty good move if you ask me. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
I'm coming mid.
Battle. We'll take that as tribute.
You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Yes. Your death approaches.
Careful.
Hey, look at you! Knocking down that bottom tower. So, the enemy just denied their top tower. Get out of here with that garbage.
Coming top right up.
Dire structures are fortified. How many of those things are double kill?
Agree.
What the fuck?
As expected. Okay.
You should come, dude.
We bring our blade. We're not ready. Bandit fighting. Not yet. Yes. So you say.
No one can stop me from spin TP, huh? Great.
Yeah. Our power increases. Run if you can.
Dire structures are fortified.
Already moving. It is not time. It is time. What coward runs?
kidding?
Woo! God damn it, I'm cool.
And his name is
Thank you. Thank you.
I know.
We become more as one. Forward.
Can is small.
I don't think we can actually kill him. Around this.
The dragon's gaze finds you.
Care. I don't know, man. I just want to farm. Care. I don't really want to push anymore. I'm going bottom to farm.
Not yet. It is not time. Coming through. Bounty. To battle. Yeah. Already moving. Yes.
Okay, man. I think you might be gone.
Swiftly now.
Huh, it's right there.
Not yet. On it. A fine idea. It's almost time. Yeah. We're not ready.
Medallion of Courage. Medallion of Courage. Huh.
On it.
Well, I mean, he can stack all the armor he wants, but my damage is lightning.
We bring our blade.
You stack armor. Go ahead.
Our blade hungers. So you say. Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. We go. An honor for you. So you
Is someone doomed? Oh. Oh, you know what? That is a waste. That is a waste.
What the fuck are you doing?
I'm trying to get the kill.
your death approaches.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower.
Guys, I need my dagger.
I I like these troublemakers.
Don't think we can Rosh now, because Juggernaut doesn't have his ulti.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty magic.
Yeah, I don't.
Onward.
Well, I'm only level 13, you guys are like the same level as mine.
We're not ready. Yes. At last. We're not ready. You cannot hide. It is not time. Of course. We bring our blade. We're not ready.
Oh shit.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh man, Jesus.
Radiant's courier is dead. Wonder what idiot got it killed. Double kill.
Wanna fight this?
There's something about it that just sit there looking funny.
Fuck.
Can you just get your BKB? Poker. So you can't play against bars.
You want these items? So those bounty runes. Nah, we're not gonna do that. Ugh. Disgusting.
Juggernaut returns. We're not ready. No retreat. We're not ready. Dragon's Day finds you. It is not time. Run as you can. Stand and fight.
Invoker's alive? That's actually amazing.
Swiftly now.
Dot, 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 dot.
The top tower needs some help.
Forward.
Can you come?
Yes,
Of course.
coming.
Very well. Manta style. It's an off.
They're gone.
It is not time. Bring us another. Onward.
Can we smoke?
Battle call. Run as you can. Not yet.
I will focus on them.
Agreed.
Oh my god.
We fight.
Can you help me?
Uh-huh.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Forward.
Should I Omni Slash? No, no Omni Slash, right? I almost Omni Slash there again.
That we don't need.
Are you sure?
Man, him and that Aegis. Glad I never messed up that bad.
Agreed.
Ooh,
You guys wait for my BKB.
Kinda bad. Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's a battle. Time to die.
Wait, the courier.
On it. Not yet. Agreed. Fall before bounty. Yes. Invisibility. Bounty. Yeah.
Money changes hands.
Very well. Attack. We're not ready.
Double kill.
Our blade hungers.
Killing spree. Triple kill.
Forward.
I didn't even have to cast Omni Slash.
Stand and fight.
Is this courier going to Secret Shop on purpose?
Dire structures are fortified.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Goodbye, sweet tower. You won't be missed. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. The enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory. Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right? The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
I still have healing word. Healing ward down. Healing ward's down.
What coward runs?
The bottom tower is
Heal us.
over to your bottom tower.
Die! Oh, that was not cool at all.
Bottom tower's gone.
Fucking Shadowblade? Seriously? Yeah, can we just back? He's back. He's back. He's back. I'm leaving.
Oh shoot.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Yes. Basher.
Can't really do him here.
Our blade hungers. We go.
Your top tower is under attack.
Python invoker.
Quickly. Run if you can.
Can I have?
yet. At last. It's not time. Searing games. Time to die. Die. As you wish.
If that.
Coming right now.
Dominating.
Of course.
I cancel TP.
We're not ready.
I'm running over towards Invoker.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
Your death approaches.
Mega kill.
Already moving.
35-minute rinse run.
Your top tower is under attack.
Run.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Strength is ours. Attack. Not yet. Onward.
Oh shit. Come on. There's some... Okay.
No retreat.
Are you a cop?
The enemy's top
Mm.
tower has fallen.
We don't have Doom.
I don't have Doom and BKB. Can we just wait for like a second? My god.
Jesus Christ.
I have to wait.
Oh my god, he's so fucking fast!
Yes. We're not ready. It's an honor.
Someone else just die?
As you wish. Not yet.
What the fuck?
Not yet. Battle call.
Dude, why are you coming back? Shit.
Come on, sprites.
A minor setback.
I'm coming right now.
There's a fine line. At last. Yes.
GG.
The enemy's top barracks is falling. Wave goodbye to the enemy's top. You now have Mega Freaks. Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. I guess they built on a fault line. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, I got 2 tips! It was the Doom and the Lion who committed me, right? Oh, that Invoker though, he came back pretty hard. Like he was 0-4 at the beginning, and then yeah, he came back pretty hard. Hello, Gio. I was gonna do something, but I already forgot. Fuck. Oh. Okay, let's play another game, guys. How do you get Dota items? You buy it with money. Anyways, you buy items with money, but we're not going to give you any items here because this is not a place to beg. Nam Dota, would you like to play some games after this game? Maybe. Let me know when you have a firm answer. None of my family members play Dota. Thankfully. Did you know that there is such thing as clean water filters? Ah, yeah. First match, play Dota? I don't know why you care. It'll be sometime in 2011. See you later, Guang. Try to keep it PMA, okay, man? Place the items that I want to buy in the wish list. You mean a quick buy? When the game, after the game's already started, use Control Shift and then you click on the item.
We'll hold them down. You knock them out.
Wasn't he my last game? This Blanket guy? I know he was in one of my games today. Blank. That's a different guy.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
I remember him earlier.
What? Huh?
First pick. Oh my god, it's a fucking Smurf!
Seconds.
No wonder he's so confident with his TV pick. Is pick hero? I going carry May?
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Gork plays on EU. This is North America. I going care me?
5 seconds left. Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Man, I don't even know my lane matchup. Oh god.
10 seconds.
Spectre.
5 seconds left.
They're just gonna push the shit out of us. Blanket was the lifestealer in the last game. He had a very interesting build. Very interesting build. He went like, what was it? A Solar Crest Desolator? Jeez. Oh, I'm definitely getting Shivas this game. Hey man, if you want to know what all hero challenge is, you can use Google. It's a very powerful tool. It'll let you figure out almost any answer to any question you may have. Did I give out points for the last time you guys were betting? Sniper? No. CK is going offlane. Alchemist? Oh shit. I don't know about that.
The lightning revenant lives. Path of least resistance.
Axe is AFK! Stop fucking spamming, dude. We heard you the first time for your 2 different questions. Did you know that you're an annoying person? Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck! Hey, Centurion. Thanks, Selvin. No, I want to play this game. I don't want to remake. I'll fight this Smurf. I don't care. Who's this guy anyways? Oh yeah, Divine. Divine 2, Divine 3 the next day. Divine 4 the next day. Divine 5 2 days later. Divine 6 on Friday. Divine 7 1 hour ago.
3, 2,
Fuck.
1, let's go!
My lightning strikes. I'll give you static.
Friends, I think we can agree that this one is in the bag.
No, Alex, he didn't get banned, but he got timed out for repeating the same question over and over and over.
Ride the lightning. I like to keep current. Forward.
30 seconds to showtime!
Nice block.
And the atmosphere's
Nope.
electric.
Alright, I'm gonna predict on this one. That was a great Fisher. He had to make sure that he blocked the thing.
I go. As you
Pay attention now! The battle started!
4 runes for Alchemist!
Why support Chibi?
fresh arrival.
Wow, what a...
Conduct me where
You wanna
you
talk?
will.
You don't know
Onward.
That was worth.
The time has come. Agreed.
You can kill him again.
I go. My current flows.
Oh my god.
Very well. Whip you into shape.
Oh my god.
As you wish. I bring the razor light.
This lane is getting out of control.
Attack! Agreed. My current flows. Denied. I go. I sense a connection between.
This bunch can't decide which way to go.
Zap your ass. Feel my power. Direct current. Cheap at the price. Very well. A bolt from the blue. Conduct yourself accordingly. Onward. I'm under attack. Conduct me where you will. This will come as a shock. I go.
Stark.
Illusion!
The time has come. Path of least resistance. Of course.
Man, I can't do this, dude. It's not worth it to harass him like that.
Watching your top tower?
My rage my dynamism increases.
Dire's putting up a
Whip
barricade.
you into shape.
No, man, this
My
gangster.
rage incandesces.
No good.
A bolt from the blue. Forward. I bring the razor light. Quick as lightning. Conduct yourself. I'll give you static.
Boom.
Killing spree.
Dead.
Direct current. I go. Attack! Ride the light. I sense a connection between us. The time has come. My lightning strikes. Conduct me where you will. Very well.
Your middle tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there.
Pudge is level 1, dude. This rune has not been got.
As you wish. Gold is a great conductor. Onward. I like to keep current. I go. Forward.
Oh god.
Quick as lightning.
Is there a sentry, please?
Vital spark. My current flows.
Do I even bother running over there?
As you wish.
By the time I get there, it's gonna be pointless.
The bottom tower is under attack.
This will come as a shock. Shocking. Conduct me where you will. I go. Conduct yourself accordingly. Very well. Feel my power. Onward. Path of least resistance. Of course.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Agreed. The time has come.
Team, there's a sniper with 500 HP coming out of our jungle. Someone do something?
As you wish. Conduct me where you will. No gold for you.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Direct current. Path of least resistance.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
My current flows.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Into shape.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Yeah, nothing to do until that's done.
I go.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Of course. Your power flows to me. Onward. Together, cloud.
Oh my god, you fuckers!
The time.
Your bottom tower has been denied.
Ah!
Your mid-tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your middle tower's under attack.
Right, they're ready.
What, not your job or something?
These bounties, bounties. Just go get bounties, don't defend these.
No, my we missed our abilities.
Your middle tower is under attack. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
My lightning strikes.
This kid's pretty fast.
Agreed. Very well. Path of least resistance.
Killing spree!
The time has come. As you wish.
The fuck?
I go. Quick as lightning. Very well. Forward. I go. My current flows. I sense a connection between us.
Oh. I hope Alchemist can farm well. Wait a minute. I don't want these. Oh, dude, why does it always. This is the wrong boot. Dude, I hate. Oh, God. I don't want these boots, man.
Recharged.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You and a couple of friends can probably stop that.
Agreed. Your power flows to me. Conduct me where you will. I feel
Double kill.
me.
Well, Alchemist is dead. Again. I'm dead again. Like, I wasn't even trying to buy these tranquil boots. I had the casual windlass.
Killing spree.
Oh well.
Rise again.
Your top tower is under attack.
My current flows.
The top tower is under attack.
How's Axe doing? Hopefully he has Blink. Yeah, he's gonna have Blink in 700 gold, so it's okay, I guess.
Top tower needs some help.
This will come as a shock.
The top tower has fallen.
Attack. Quick as lightning. I go.
Killing spree.
I go. Very well. My rage incandesces. Of course. Conduct me where you will.
Dominate!
Path of least resistance.
Mega kill! Double kill!
Not yet. I go.
Put on someone.
Your middle tower is under
Isa lang, isa lang, isa lang. May kill do.
Go bottom, TP bottom, TP bottom.
Be kind. Quick as lightning. Agreed. The time has come. I sense it.
Those are all fakes.
Ride the lightning. I go. My current flows.
Oh,
My enemies will suffer for this. Conduct me where you will.
Okay, so we can kill.
bottom tower is under attack.
Okay.
Very well.
coming, coming.
Yeah.
For the charge.
Fucking piece of shit.
Top tower is under attack.
Of least resistance.
There's no one to do.
Of course.
Top tower needs some help. Dig in and defend that sucker. Your top tower has fallen.
Agreed. The time.
Your top tower is under attack.
My current flows. Conduct me where you will. Forward. I go. Who's laughing now? Very well. Quick as lightning. Of course. As you wish. I go. I bring the razor light. Path of least resistance.
Hmm.
Onward. Forward.
This is Ken Roshan.
Path of least resistance. I go.
Man, I don't know, dude. Oh, this goddamn Alchemist games.
We'll take that. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen. Oh, yeah. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower's under attack. Your mid-tower control, it'd be pretty mad at you. Get up! Get out there!
We conduct business.
Axe, I'm watching you. Oh shit.
I go. As you agreed.
We need this alchemist to do shit, man.
Conduct me where you will. Feel my power. Whip you into shape. My current flows. Time has come. Very well. Quick as lightning. I like to keep currents. I go. Conduct me where you will.
Echo.
God damn it! Oh!
Monster kill!
Bought tranquil boots by accident, for the record.
Whoa! God, double kill!
No, man, I'm alive again. Anyways, I bought drums, and then even after drums, I bought a casual windlace. And then I was gonna go for greaves. And then when I tried to make, what's the healing ore item? What's it called? This one, the headdress. My boots just became tranquils. We can win this game. We just need alchemists to start getting more powerful.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Back at last.
Hey, welcome back. You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Double kill.
I'm not ready. I give you status.
Your middle tower is under attack. This is
My energy grows. The time has come. Path of least resistance. As you wish. go. Very well.
Oh god. I don't want to play this game anymore.
Axe? Hello, Axe? Why is my Axe fighting?
They got ganked, man.
You all of
No
them
turn in
go.
the world
It's not a
will
game.
save me. If you think that if I turned any other direction I would have survived, I highly doubt it, man. It's Pudge here, CK here. I'm dead, dude. English only, please.
My power returns. Of course. Discharged. The time has come. Not path of least resistance.
Come on.
Onward.
Pudge was just a distraction the whole time.
Agreed. As you will. Quick as lightning.
CK's bottom.
I go. My rage incandesces.
Your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. The middle tower has been denied. They're looking funny. I bet your tower really appreciated that.
Conduct me where you will.
The bottom shrine is under attack.
Conduct me where you will.
The bottom shrine has fallen.
Path of least resistance. Very well. The time has come. Forward.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Of course. I go.
The top shrine is under attack.
Agreed.
The top shrine
As you wish. I go. My current flows. Onward. Quick as lightning. I go. Is a great direct current.
fire structures are fortified.
I mean, you guys gotta go in. Someone go Axe or Shaker.
Top barracks has fallen.
This will come as a shock.
The top barracks has fallen.
Time has come.
Oh no, we lost, dude.
Your middle tower's under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are looking shaky. Your middle tower has fallen. Your rangers is under attack.
No way. No fucking way.
Dominate.
Dude, this TV. Yeah, that's not why we lost there, okay, bud? Toxic Flare. I'm not really sure. I try to buy Greaves with casual windlace, so it gives me cranks. Nah, fuck your alchemist pick, man. You do nothing. Almost whole game. Did he even do anything? His 10th pick of the game. 17k hero damage? Okay, man, you did more than 4 of us. Hope you're on the enemy team. Motherfuck!
Darkness, my old friend.
Ooh, you get to ban someone. 5 seconds left.
He's on my team again. Why did I queue?
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Yes, please. Divine 6. Don't even let him play carry, dude. No, you fucking lost. Get out of here. He wants to play mid again, this guy, the Alchemist. And this Divine 6 wants to play mid. I don't want him to play fucking mid.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh? Seconds. 5 seconds left.
Supports? Any support players? Seriously? No support players? I'm playing 4, not 5. Time for me to pull up the voice changer now. Why would I do that? Oh no! Damn it, Jug, you fuck!
Yeah, who am I kidding? Your pick. This is where you win.
I think I saw this guy play Jug last time.
Your pet now.
Oh shit.
Meepo. What? Huh?
You go safe lane, man. I fight Alchemist, okay? .5 melees. Can I get 2 tangos, please? Oh, this guy's a Smurf too? Great. Although it looks like he's getting very close to his skill cap though, so.
I defend what is mine. Seek the foe. Yes.
Hey, tango?
Fortune and glory await.
Thanks.
Sit upon them. Attack! For the cubs! Fiercely now. Yes. Go to. The enemy is near.
Ours is stop.
30 seconds.
Okay, we both have our venom. Okay.
Oh, I see lots of good digging spots up there. What are we waiting for?
Fight him, you fucking pussy!
Tracks of intruders.
Let the battle begin! Okay, are your cards right? Let's keep it clear. Blood!
Let them see our teeth. Claws out. All spared.
Nice.
Take heed. Interloper. Against all strife.
Oh, he bought boots because he thought that I would fight, that he would be fighting me. Fuck, he got that anyways? Jesus. So ballsy, bro.
For the forest. Denied. Awakening from within. Yes.
Top tower is under attack.
I'm under attack. Who calls me?
This fucking acid spray bullshit.
No way.
We will. Yes.
What do you mean? They hit them both with the axes.
You didn't.
He was toxic from last game too.
With you.
Another whiny bitch.
Intruders.
You should ping one hero.
Fiercely now.
He's winning this lane, man. I'm just
Your blood is mine.
do a better job.
Help us shatter them.
He has boots. I don't have boots yet.
Who calls me? Seek the foe. Yes.
On him real hard. You guys are winning other lane.
Yes. Sweet as honey. Sit upon them. Denied. Oh. Set upon them. Push them back.
Back here.
We will. Against all strife.
On bottom, dude.
Yes.
Thorclin can kill him.
Let them see our teeth.
You can go on Jug if you want.
Fall upon them. Fangs bared. I'm under attack.
Kill this guy.
The enemy is near.
Nice. Very easy.
Double kill.
Join with me.
Rage quit! Rage quit! Rage quit!
They're here.
Fucking acid spray bullshit. Okay.
Go to.
Welcome back to the war. Is it everything you remember?
Right. Yes.
Good job, man.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
I don't need it.
Yes. Interloper. Gold and sweet. Come near. I'll rend their flesh. We fight as one. Go to. Claws out. Join with me.
Oh no. Oh, this guy's hard to kill. Must be.
See our teeth. It's not time yet. I'll rend their flesh. On notice.
We're gonna get dove by Mars in a sec here. He's level 6. Need help.
I'm under attack. Fangs bared.
Guys, the thing I told you about happened. I'm dead.
Killing spree! Watching your top tower?
You go bottom if you want.
Your top tower needs some help. Rally the troops and get over there!
Not yet. I'm not ready.
Your top tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Elite.
The top tower is under attack. Your top tower needs some help.
Seek the foe.
I'm bottom on supports. Like, I don't know. You guys are just walking around aimlessly.
Right.
We do a lot. Need.
The enemy is near.
We bottom though. We can't go 2 versus 3. Like, you're so under leveled on Tusk too. You don't do anything.
I'm not ready.
Fuck this alchemist, man. Why is he so much better than my alchemist?
Your top tower is under attack. Killing spree!
As I said, we can't go on it, but you know what?
I'm bottom. Can we do anything now?
Why do I get the feeling?
Probably not.
You ain't taking this seriously.
Probably not. You fucking shit.
There was not much fighting. Tracks of intruders. Regeneration. Yes. The enemy is near.
Killing spree!
Cubs, rest in tranquility. The Night Stalker is
So fucking fast, huh?
fiercely now. It's not time yet. Yes. We will. Not yet. Seek the foe. Yes. Go to. Another swatted down.
They should fight. Stop and use hero.
Your middle tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Yes.
Oh fuck, I just see Cell.
Convenient fortified these structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
Push them back.
You're not fucking top 60, dude. You're just fucking trying to jerk yourself off and no one gives a shit, alright, man? Let's be real here, homie.
Blink dagger.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty.
I should have bought a wand a long time ago. Cool. Yeah, okay.
Let them see our team.
focus the Oracle, by the way. Let him get Zoltan heal.
Oh, really?
Dominate! Double kill!
Not yet.
Mega kill! Double kill!
Yes.
Mars TP mid.
It's not time yet. Against all strife.
That's not my want, right?
For the cause.
Mars is bot.
Get ready.
We want to defend bot. We need to TP a lot of
I'm
heroes.
buying a TP right now.
I'm not ready.
He doesn't have Oracle.
Who calls
Gonna
me?
ult you to cancel your shit, mate. Guess not.
Check TP's top.
It's not time yet. Let them see our teeth. Seek the foe. I'm not ready. It's not time yet.
Fuck.
For the forest, gold and sweet.
The Night Stalker is down. Maybe not.
Not yet. Sit upon them. Not yet. Yes. Yes.
Just place a ward. He sees you guys.
I'm coming. I'm right next to you.
Seems really bad, guys.
I'm not ready. Thanks, Baird. I'm under attack.
What the fuck, man?
Yes.
I'm dead.
Go to. I leave the woods unguarded.
Well, 60% of our reviewers are from C. It's not like an even split, man. He's going butterfly? Alright, then I'll get Monkey King Bar.
A short meter snap. I'll rend their flesh. It's not time yet. Money from the comb. Right.
Are we on a timer to win this game? How's troll farming?
Not yet. Fiercely now. It's not time yet. Join with me.
My stalker's above.
I have ult.
Ulto or
Silence.
Killing spree!
Roshan, please. Hey, troll, you take it, okay? Take it, take it.
Push them back. I'm not ready.
Kill this guy too.
Not yet.
I can blink on him. I can
kill
blink.
a tower here, dude. They're all just gonna TP in.
Oh god.
I'm gonna lose Aegis. He baited me quite a bit.
My bad, dude. My bad, my bad. Oh, that was too greedy.
Your top tower is under attack. Double kill.
Your future is a thing of the past.
Your middle tower's under attack. What, not your job or something? Your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Guys,
Feels
what
so
the
hard.
TP in that shrine, but this is. You gotta kill that guy. It's gonna blink. Gotta get an Oracle at the same time.
Mega kill!
It's not time yet. Set upon them.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Set upon them. It's not time yet.
Enemy's middle tower just hit the dust.
Cuffed you. Who calls me? Claws out.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Track some intruders.
Here's back.
The enemy is near.
Yeah, that's back, that's back, that's back, that's back.
Go to. Not yet. I'm not ready.
Careful, dude, they see.
It's not time yet. It's not time yet.
Oh, my bad.
Your middle tower is under attack. Got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Hey, defend mid.
They're trying
Oh.
to knock down your middle tower.
I don't know.
Must not sleep until the
Your
threat.
mid tower can talk.
Oh my god, I don't know what to do.
And over here we have your middle tower.
Why you buy like we didn't have it? We don't have troll.
Fire back 2, save troll.
Alright, I'm going in.
To say what? He's dead. What the fuck are you gonna do?
Guys, why are we doing this? Holy shit.
I don't know, you guys are so fucking bad at it.
Man, you just fucking walked in there, dude. You walk in there? You tank all of them? You don't expect your team to go in?
Like, I got fucking stapled, guys, to the fucking thing.
Oh, dude, Dota's just so bad today.
GG, I guess. Like, first you get killed farming the medium camp, and then, like, we all get forced to buy back because, like,
oh, and then you get fucking caught here, man.
Yeah, it's fucking Mars. What do you want me to do?
It's
Not
fucking
get
Mars? So that means you can't get caught?
What? You're the one who got caught!
Oh, okay, but you didn't, am I right? Holy shit, dude. That's amazing.
You're the one who bought back and went in and debated all of us, you fucking idiot! You don't understand what you did wrong! Pingu, shut the fuck up!
I thought I saw my death among the trees.
Game's over. Great. Fun stuff. Maybe if y'all just didn't act like retards and talk, you know? No one says shit. Very fun. Now we're ancients dead. Easy MMR,
Yeah, shut the fuck up, man. You're just as toxic.
Oh yeah, I'm toxic. Oh, I'm a retard.
Yeah. Good one, man. Holy shit. Do you think you're fucking better than me? Alright. Toxic player. Who else deserves this? Good one, troll. Ah, Dota 2 is so fucking hard. There's no point in talking to these guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back 1 minute. It's not the fucking item builds, by the way. Ugh. Scared to queue. I don't want to get these guys on my team. I don't watch sports, man. Anyways, let's just hope we don't get the... Let's just hope we don't get these guys on our team. I play party ranked with sponsors and patrons, and that's it. Actually, we were losing a long time ago. Why the fuck would I play on Southeast Asia if I live in Canada? Go ahead and reply to that question, man. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I think we made a fundament. God, I don't know. You know, this Alchemist is too powerful, that game. Either way. Okay, so your answer to the question is just you know to increase toxicity. So I should play on Southeast Asia server to increase toxicity. Does that make any sense to you, man? Is it neutral day, Devraj? Actually, I don't know. Oh no, today's red day. Oh. Oh man. Okay, none of those guys on my team. Good. Thank fucking goodness.
Ban their best hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and effective. You only got 5 seconds. Oh, even less now.
You know, your joke's really not that funny. Like, play on Southeast Asia server. Wow, first pick Shadow Fiend. Is the guy Smurf? Oh, I have him pre-muted. Right. Thanks, JT.
5 seconds left. Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
No punch, please.
Seconds. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
You're making me want to pick punch.
10 seconds. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Oh, please don't fucking pick Pudge. Please. Thank fucking goodness. I think Lena's a pretty good pick. Stop talking and play, thank you. Oh my god, my fucking team! Just shut up and play the game.
This is where you win or lose.
Oh my god, my whole team is tilted, including me.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
Southeast Asia is so fucking toxic. Guy, fucking everywhere, okay, guys? I don't know why, like, Southeast Asian people, they love to say, oh, our server is the most toxic. I have never played on any other server, but my server is the most toxic. You don't even fucking know. You guys just love to jerk that shit off.
Beware the bite of frost. Arrow, fly.
Prepare for battle.
Axe is calling.
Believe in Huskar.
It's in the bag.
We don't have a courier? Okay, good. I'm ready to destroy my items.
Quiver.
The gods themselves must agree.
It's in the bag.
It is in the bag.
That was a fake. She still has her reward.
Seconds to battle. Feel free to start killing before that.
She still has her reward. Jim, you're a fucking idiot, by the way.
Silent as mist.
Battle starting. Yes. Remember, you got a job to do.
Unlocked and taught and ready to fly. That was my thought. Forward.
What a fucking juke.
To battle.
First blood!
Onward. I go in silence.
Not feed.
I'll cut a knot with your name on it. My bow is drawn. At rest is silence.
They have 3 kills already?
Good enough.
It's actually amazing.
My sentiments as well. Attack.
Very well.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have gotten that magic stick, right?
The secrets of the wood are
God.
mine. Into the fur, don't you dare. Way ahead of you. So be it.
My bad.
All good, man.
Agreed. Good enough.
Dude, switch target.
Killing spree!
Yes. Very well. I'll just retrieve my arrows. That was my thought. I shall nick my enemies. Denied. Way ahead of you. So be it. My sentiments as well.
Yeah, Neo Max, I don't appreciate your comment.
My bow is drawn. To battle. Forward. I go in silence. Silent as mist.
You don't pick Drow to win lanes, guys.
That was my thought. So be it. Onward. Stand and deliver. Forward.
Runes.
Way ahead of you.
What have we here?
Arrow, find your target.
Masterfully denied!
I'm under attack. Good enough. Agreed.
Okay, I don't want to die.
My
Yeah, it's
bow. Yes.
Nice job.
My sentiments as well.
Thank you.
I go in silence. Feel the bite of frost. Feel my cold embrace. To battle.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Very well.
Seriously? How did he do that?
It's not time yet. Silent as mist. So be it. Good enough.
Unstoppable! You're making sick! Bottom tower is under attack!
You buy a stick. Wow, 4 rewards in stock?
Trying to knock down your middle tower. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
My bow is drawn.
Yeah, like, these supports are so lazy, dude.
Way ahead of you. That was my thought. My sentiments as well.
Zach's just losing? Huh.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. What, not your job or something?
Your fate is sealed.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
To battle. Into the fray.
In your jungle, okay. Oh, Drow's good at doing ancients?
Feel the bite of frost.
He has 8 deaths? Oh my god.
Yes.
I don't know, he played pretty well bottom.
The top tower needs some help. Get over there!
Forward. I go in silence.
The fuck is this? Okay, there we go. Oh my god, Dota 2 is so fucking hard. Thank you.
Can we get
runes?
Way ahead of you. My bow.
Coming towards you, Shadow Stone.
To battle.
Come on, call him, dude.
My sentiments as well. Arrow. Find your target.
Dead.
Double kill. The top tower is under attack. The top tower needs some help. Your top tower is under attack.
What's this? Agreed. So be it.
Your top tower is under attack.
The money or you're dead. Silent as a mist. Onward.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yes. Good enough. I'll cut a knot with your name on it.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
That was my
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
I go in silence. Forward. Attack. My sentiments as well. I go in silence.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Coming.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
I shall meet my enemies.
Dominating!
Thanks, Lulu.
Death comes.
What the fuck is going on?
The bottom tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important.
Very well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, go Huskar!
Slark's coming.
Oh man, I really needed a TP right about now.
Mega kill!
Feel
Unstoppable! Double killing spree! Double kill!
Nah, I don't think we can catch him. Huskar doesn't give a fuck, apparently.
your fate.
I'm not behind you, Huskar.
Silent as mist. Bite frost. Onward. Good enough. Forward. I'll take that.
I think it's probably just a sentry.
My bow is drawn. Way ahead of you. That was my thought. So be it. Arrow, fly. My sentiments as well.
Slark's farmed. He's gonna be a huge problem.
Arrow,
Really
fly.
farmed, actually. Oh yeah, right. He killed Axe 8 times. Atos.
Death comes silently. Arrow, fly.
Dominate! Mega kill!
Okay.
Your fate is sealed.
Radiant structures are fortified.
By the frost. I'm under attack. Very well.
We're back.
That was my thought. Way ahead of you.
Do you want me to use my woods? Alright.
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
Good enough. Quiver. My bow.
Hello, Top Tower. Goodbye, Top Tower.
Silent as mist.
Run down. We're coming. Here.
I go in silence.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Forward.
Oh no, no, no. Oh, fuck me.
Your mid tower.
Oh, I could have bought my force staff there. Oh no, not quite.
Double kill. Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
CMs is really odd.
We're only 3. We're worried about
Start stop.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight.
To battle.
Sark just bots over at GST Bean bot.
Run it over.
Top tower needs help. Monster kill.
Whoops.
Got him, guys. Don't forget.
So be it.
I got him.
Nice.
Deep as forest shade. Into the fray.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Yeah, nothing to do until that's done.
My sentiments as well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Feel my cold embrace.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Well, that hurts.
Oh fuck.
My bow.
I did.
Alone.
I wish we just didn't dive there, but that's okay.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Haste. What have we here?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. This is one of the things in the back. We got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Here again. Way ahead of you. Bite frost.
I think I might actually have to buy BKB.
Uh-huh. Tastes so sweet. That was my thought. Onward. Feel the frost. Very well. Yes.
Man, I should just have that on copy paste or one of those my macro buttons.
Best thing about the enemy's top
Do
tower.
we want to defend bot?
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Pride of the drow. Onward. So be it.
Axe might get hit. Okay.
To battle.
Dude, this Slark keeps getting picked off.
I'll cut a notch with your name on it. My bow is strong.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Attack. I shall.
Killing spree.
Can you guys kill the creepers so they don't kill my
Top?
Follow Husker.
bot? Okay.
What is Crystal Main doing there, man?
Hey, look at you! Knocking down that bottom tower. Enemy's bottom barracks is
Guys, you guys are getting muted by an automated system.
Over here.
bottom barracks just doesn't die.
Huskar TP'd out.
Dominate!
Agreed.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
And Job, by the way, fucking or fuck is a very versatile word. You can use it almost as anything. I am feeling fucking great today. I want to fuck. Fuck you. This is a great fuck. So you're talking about a very universal word that has many usages versus idiot, which is 90% of the time very toxic.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Wave goodbye to the enemy's top. You now have victories. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Next idiot we're having today.
Cut a notch with your
Unstoppable! Killing spree! Dominate! Double kill!
Yes.
Dire structures are fortified.
One last feed. You know, I hope you realize that those meets get more and more severe, right? It goes up to 10 minutes. Yeah, I think you're about to get... Yeah. Or was it 10 minutes? I might have changed it. I don't really remember. GG, guys. There we go. Are we back at square one? Yeah, we're back at square one. Oh, I'm okay with that. Mods? Or sorry, I should say sponsors / patrons. Would you guys like to party? Mr. Namdoda? Hello. Pro Huskar and Shaman, huh? What about Pro Drow? Sure, okay. Any other sponsors, patrons? Lulu? Or can you download this game off of Google? Let me switch accounts, guys. Thanks, Catlin. GG Eiko. Do you remember the question I asked you earlier? $5.76K. Do I think I'll be top 100 this season? No. Oh, I see that's the problem here. See you tomorrow, Raj. Thanks for coming by again today. Top 900, that's oddly specific. I live in the UK, Alex. What is this guy trying to say? 5.4K what? I don't know about that, Stefan. But thank you for your vote of confidence. Okay, Putra, listen. My MMR is 5.76K. I already said that. Already. Let's get this. Real name is Billy. We're playing unranked. I'm doing party games right now. Spectre for donation. Ranked game for donation. Accounts are free. You can make your own account. Dota 2 is a free-to-play game. Anyone can play. I'm still debating, Joni. I asked you if you think you're better than me. Here's what you said, Samuel. You're like, your play's so bad. That's what you said to me. So then I asked you, do you think that you're better than me? I remember shit people say, man. I found the Indonesian, guys. Am I right? Indonesian? And there's Rim Johnny. Oh, and we've got a game, guys. Hello.
Hey.
Mohawk Brothers, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Man, Zeus.
Ben LC.
5 seconds remaining.
Ben LC. For the record, Felly, I don't play any of those heroes.
Your turn to pick.
The people in my party are Namdota and Lulu-chan. I'm playing in a party game right now, guys. I'm playing in party game. The MMO range is too big. Some of these accounts can't even play ranked, so we play unranked.
10 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Oh, I forgot about this hero. He random Venomancer. Oh god. I don't know if Mars is a good pick right now because they have so much magical damage. And Disruptor is one of my counters. Yeah, no, Mars is not a good pick. Kind of feel like playing some Ricky. Ricky! Holy magical damage?
Your turn to pick.
We need like Lifestealer or Jug or something like that. Ricky, I'm not even sure Ricky's a good pick.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Okay, playing mid, Ember. Oh, DeVraj, I was wondering why you were leaving. Usually you watch pretty much the entire stream every single day. Well, welcome back. Yes, land Ember Spirit for you, bro.
Your turn to pick.
Is that the default skin? No, this is a very special skin from Team EG. Lulu-chan's already picked Witch Doctor, dude. You see this? This is Lulu-chan, and that's Witch Doctor. Who's their mid? Monkey King? Well, it has to be Monkey King against me, huh? Well, I hope he's not good. Guys, I'm not good at Ember Spirit, just saying, okay? English only, please.
I am Ember Spirit. On and on again.
Prepare for battle.
It's in the bag.
My 10 win streak.
Nice.
Damn, we're gonna have to throw now. Oh yeah. Running down mid right now. You see me? I'm running down mid.
You know you are going to be the one who will get that back from me, right?
Get what back from you?
My win streak.
Oh. Could always throw again.
Then you gotta get it back twice then.
Yeah.
So the cycle repeats.
Mhm.
Am I
Oh,
bilingual?
but then on the third time, you got to do a 30 win streak before you throw.
I am quadlingual, sir.
The way is clear. The road is endless. What dangers lie here? Ah.
30 seconds to battle.
It must be done.
We can kill these guys. Go.
Is reaction.
Welcome to the secret shop.
Balance in all things.
Fuck, I'm so slow. Got another chains? Oh shit, Ember.
I have a stun in too.
Oh man.
Blood.
That's a lot of essence shift stacks.
Assassin.
Holy shit.
Oh, it's PA mid.
Oh, so get 2 runes.
Flickers. You have been denied.
How did we get 2 kills but only 1 agility? Gaben reported.
Math.
No path, but through. Must be discovered.
Okay.
Walk a warrior's way.
Dude, I'm so happy they didn't put Monkey King mid.
Just let me get level 2. Don't go too crazy.
Serenity.
Okay.
Come and learn humility.
Want me to pull?
Not yet. Maybe.
Prepare for a lesson. Fear not the forest. You face the flame. Harmony must be earned. Never refuse gold given. A test of training. Be wary. Be cautious. A journey without end.
You serious?
You have no chance. Be ensnared in fire.
Oh!
Flame lights the way. Destiny awaits us all.
Alright, see missed.
Flame lights the
Oh, are you serious? Wanna try this again?
You feed the flame.
My fucking bottle anyway.
The stalwart flame flickers. Fear not the forest. What must be discovered?
Careful with shotgun.
Fuck.
It must be done. On and on again.
There you go, there you go. Agility.
Your end has come. Approach if you dare. Be wary. Be cautious.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fucking tower, stop it.
Reaction.
Down dark road I go.
A flash of it.
And his name is
No. Yeah.
Destiny awaits us all. A journey without end. All paths attuned to teach. None escape my wrapped in ember fire. Bonded you and I. Fire shall teach you.
Oh shit, man. He's gonna be so fucking angry.
Must be earned. I need more time. A trial by fire. The road is endless. Carry forth the flame. Balance.
I can't tip because this is one of those not tipping accounts.
How's mid going, is it?
Oh
my god. It's going fantastic, man. This guy's getting shreked.
Good. Well, I'm gonna have a 6-minute Midas. So.
No.
The way is clear. You will be feared. Balance in all things. Ah. Come and be burned.
Oh, there it is.
What plans I have. Double damage empowers me. Fear not the forest.
Oh.
Be well, be swift.
Oh, I'm fucking dead, actually. Actually, I could use Remnant one more time to dodge the last tick of Thunderstrike, but I screwed it up. Wah wah.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
The flame protects me. Who's that scorching fellow?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Find serenity. Shaved in searing heat. From all action is reaction. A journey without end. Did you want that? None escape my fire. Ignite the flame. Your place is here. It must be done. Hurry to the fray. The road is endless.
Space.
Destiny awaits us all. Rune imprisoned. Freedom for speedy rune of haste. Beware. I am under attack.
We can totally kill this Vino, by the way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just get your nail at the top. It's dead.
I am not ready. The flame protects me. The way is mine. image steps forth, wrapped in the flame.
Give me that ability. No jump.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Behold my searing jet.
Jesus. Oh man, I'm dead.
You'll be looking up at the grass.
This Monkey King needs to die next.
What is going on up here? Holy fuck.
Final ritual.
I started running around, so they started running around.
They might have vision there because they jumped me, but there were no picks.
Harmony must be earned.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh my god, this fucking guy. Oh my god.
I mean, they already lost. I've got a fucking Midas. Like, there's no way they can win now. So, I understand why they're. I know he's gonna glimpse me. Fuck you.
Got Lulu instead.
Yeah, but are you still dead?
This flame is forever. Wrapped in ember, you will be seared. Flame lights the way. Walk a warrior's way.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Harmony must be earned. What must be discovered?
Aw, shit.
Yeah, Andre, I can coach you.
Be done.
Wanna do it?
They should have 0 ult for a minute, I think. So, I think what I'm gonna do is I'll start by farming the lane and then I'll go to the jungle. Then they'll probably give up because I'll be missing and then we'll go somewhere else.
Destiny awaits us.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Fucking bitch!
No path but through. What dangers lie here? Balance in all things. Warm to the touch.
Oh, shit.
The way is clear. Rune in prison.
Hey, let's just kill P.
Foretold. Be wary. Be cautious. Ignite the flame guard. A journey without end.
Oh, I'm in stacks and B took them.
Oh well.
Your top tower is under
Venomancer doesn't have ult, right?
He's probably got it now.
I thought he used it earlier.
He used it a while ago.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower has fallen.
Your end has come.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Flickers. Fear not the forest. My image captured in the flame. I will face the flame.
Oh, I see that way.
On and on again.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Flame lights the way. Hurry to the fray. The way is clear.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Wrapped in ember fire.
Your middle tower is under attack.
A test of training.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
'Tis not your time.
Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh man. Hey Andre, I can't do it today for you, man. It'll have to be another day.
Let stillness guide thought. The flame protects me. Fear not the fall. Burn forth, my friend. It must be done.
I'm coming to, but I'm walking slowly there.
I am not.
Oh, look at it go! My venom dissipates.
Your top tower is under attack.
Kissed by the
Your
flame.
middle tower is under attack.
Approach if you dare. Come and learn humility. You have no chance.
Lulu, you can't lead the way. Like you have to stay behind someone else.
Without end. I know not what plans I have. Trickster's rune of illusion. Warm to the touch.
There's a PA here.
Yeah, let's go to the PA.
Find serenity.
Assassin.
All out. A test of trippy and snares in be swift. What must be discovered?
Remember this.
What dangers lie here? Ignite the flame god. You will be seared. You will be honored. Harmony must be earned. Who's that scorching fellow? The stalwart flame flickers. 'Tis not yet time.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Coming mid, coming mid.
Carry forth the flame. The road is endless. Balance in all things. You face the flame.
I'm gonna go on PA. She's still fighting.
Yeah, I'm running over.
But through.
Dark road. Radiant
I got the carry.
Best effort. Your approach, if you dare, burn forth my. The road is endless. I need more time. Lost within the maelstrom. And away I go. It must be done. Tribute to my house. The stalwart flame flickers. What dangers lie here?
You can take it.
I shall teach you. Harmony must be earned.
Made him use 2 sentries to get that
The
ward.
enemy's bottom tower has been denied.
Walk a warrior's way.
I want to fight
Destiny awaits us all.
Fight mid. I think they have wards here.
Serenity.
No.
So they probably
No, they don't. On the other side, they do.
I shall teach you. The way is clear. What must be on your way? A journey. Behold my searing chains.
Are you fucking kidding me?
My image
Oh my. Wow. Just wow. Oh my god, how did I miss my chains? Oh god, oh god, oh god. Should have used my wand. No lag? Nah. It's bad decision making.
Cage. I'll just let you free.
Good job, man. You got banned from the stream. Sorry. No pieces of shit in the stream.
Still the same spot. Flame lights the way. Come and be perfect. Be wary, be cautious. Hurry to the fray. Balance in all things.
That was dead.
On and on again.
Who got banned? Does not see that person's username was hidden by blue span. That's the person who's banned.
No chance. All action Poisons have antidotes.
Maybe you should buy Atos. No, not Atos. What's it called? Lotus Orb. Maybe.
The road is endless. All paths find serenity. Walk a warrior's way. The flame protects me.
Where the fuck does PA go, huh?
Oh, good about that.
No path. Beware.
Oh no, he got me.
Holy shit!
Saw that.
Okay, and you are getting muted for spamming.
I'm gonna go bottom.
Lotus Orb. Maybe I just need BKB.
Just what the doctor
I'll take
ordered.
that.
Or she was good. Yeah, she was good. I don't know. BKB and she was good. Then I don't do damage.
Monster kill.
Did you bury the doctor?
I burn once more. Fear not. Come and learn humility. A journey without end. Who's that
Your top
sporting
tower
fellow?
is under attack.
What?
Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under
Oh, I don't have TP scroll.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Ignite the flame god.
Your top tower has fallen.
Not ready.
Nice.
You face the flame.
I think I need more armor, guys. Yeah, more armor.
Fire shall teach you.
She was good. Or Lotus Orb.
The flame protects me.
Maybe she was good is better.
Flame lights the way. Be well, be swift. A trial by fire. Harmony must be earned.
Oof, that monkey is a huge problem, huh?
All action is reaction. Wrapped in ember fire, the stalwart flame flickers.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
From flames clear the way. It must be done. Destiny awaits us all.
Good protection for a monkey.
What must I have no mana.
Protection?
Balance
Protection?
in all things.
Oh, I have protection. What am I talking about? That's my fault.
What the fuck? I'm lagging, sorry.
The way is clear.
No, I could have placed it. It's fine. I forgot I had a fucking center.
I was clicking it to nothing.
Yeah, I would have rather you like not even ult, just like you place your sentry.
Again.
It's all coming back into focus.
A journey without end. Come and be burned.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Oh my god!
My chakra's dead here.
Yeah, I got one hit. I was dead.
I can't bear to be seen.
The sacred grove
Nice, nice, nice. I think you can keep pushing. I might buy back the.
51 fucking stacks.
Never mind, you got it. Yeah.
I can totally go again. Look at this shit.
Oh, nice
Oh
shot.
man. Oh my god, they just keep feeding you.
I'm just gonna leave. I don't even need the Rex.
Of course, it's all about the agility and the kills.
And the Moonshard.
I'll take that.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Rekindled and made ready. Wrapped in ember fire. All action is reaction.
I'm freaking kidding.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
No path but through.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
What must be discovered? I shall teach you.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Come and learn humility.
Oh, sorry about that.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks now have mega creeps.
Destiny awaits.
Oh my god, I'm lagging. So
I'm
bad.
lagging too.
Oh yeah. No, me too. Really bad.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh man.
I'm dead.
Oh, I'm fucking laggy. What the fuck?
GG. I was lagging really bad at the end as well.
Yeah, I don't know. It was like frame lag too.
Yeah.
That was really odd.
Too much essence shift. The game couldn't handle it.
Ah, that must be it. I won at last. Didn't I win my last game as well? English only, please. Polo KFC has commended you? Alright, fine. Hold on a sec, guys. Maybe Johnny will come join us.
Sure.
Okay.
Sorry, we only party with patrons and sponsors. Would you like to become a patron or sponsor? Yeah. Do I ever report people for playing badly, Alexander? No. Never. If they honestly tried their best, even if they had a bad game, I never report them. Even if they go 0-20. What I don't like is people who run down mid and feed intentionally, though. Then you're not trying your best, right? So. It's the first time you saw me winning? Well, I guess you don't watch the stream very much, huh? Actually, how did my main account's games go today? Win, loss, loss, win, win, loss, win, win. It's like the second game he's seen me play. Okay, you finally won a game. Okay, let's just queue. Maybe he'll come by the time.
I hope so.
I am 30 years old. Is there a raining sound effect? There's no rain sound effect. I think it's just raining outside your window. I feel bad for that PA, man. I shit all over him. You hear a raining sound effect? I have no idea what you're talking about. I think it's raining where you guys live. So you probably hear the rain outside the window or on your house, and you probably hear the rain. But there is no rain here. Sometimes people tell you they're going to report you for playing badly, but most of the time they don't have any reports left because they're too trigger happy with them. I agree. I mean, I would think that when you win a game, you probably don't report anyone. But when you lose a game, someone's gotta get blamed. Someone's gotta report.
No, Johnny.
Wah, wah. It's raining outside your office, man.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
Dr. Chocolate.
Oh no! It picked the...
Oh, I'm not worried.
'Cause 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 No, I mean if you wanted to play her.
10 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Ooh, bounty hunter.
Johnny, we just found this game like 2 minutes ago. You're in traffic? Oh, well, good. I'm glad we did. ETA? Johnny? Johnny's going home, Lulu. Johnny's going home, Lulu.
From the weekend? It was a long weekend. Oh, damn.
I'm not streaming.
I was wondering why Johnny wasn't around for a long time.
Your turn to pick.
Man, track gives me like double crit. Like every hit, that's insane.
I was talking about that the other day. It's pretty.
Yeah. I'm the best Dota 2 streamer you've ever seen? I don't blame you. Is it raining here? I know, I think it's raining where you're at. What if I lock his tongue in my ass, Tetra? You think I have much to learn? Oh, okay.
Your turn to pick.
I don't know what rain you guys are talking about. I really cannot hear it. I think everyone who hears rain, you probably hear it outside. Ginaida?
Are you going Medallion Deso bounty?
I'm debating it. Let's see, you are playing Lycan. Are you gonna be jungling?
Well, no, maybe I could. It wouldn't be that great, but yeah, I'm definitely concerned about my lane partner, but otherwise, yeah. So usually I do, you know, #1 best item.
Okay,
but
Nullifier?
Then after that, I would go like maybe Deso Medallion. But if you're getting it,
I'll get Deso.
Maybe I just go. Yeah, maybe I just go Necro instead.
Over there.
That sounds like a game-winning build.
Helm the Dominator Necro. Sounds great.
On the move.
I don't know, man. That sounds like an objective-based gaming kind of build.
Nah, it's the Necro is for just killing people.
Find them.
Yeah, see, I told you guys there's no rain sound.
We're on them toward the fountain.
I don't know why you guys think that there's rain sound.
30 seconds to battle.
My blades grow thirsty. With pleasure.
Nah, let's not dive this tier 2.
This way.
The battle begins.
5 enemies, 5 bounties. No job is too big. No fee is too big.
Get it, Lulu. Get it! Yes!
I got it!
Worth!
First blood.
My blades will do the talking. Yes. Transaction complete. I follow the trail. Is that a broken twig I spy? A lead. The trail is clearer. Over there.
Money!
Footprints. Found you. You're through.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
On the move. As long as I get paid.
Ouch, man. Jesus.
My blades will do the talking. Attack! Rose Oti. The realm's justice. I'll enjoy this. This way. Find them. Is that a broken twig I spy? Denied. On the hunt. Cut him up. My blades grow thirsty. I'll find them. I follow the trail. Nice. Stalking. Dead or alive.
Yeah, who's dead?
You won't get far. Telltale, I've come to collect.
Holy fuck. Man, you can use side shop to buy boots.
5 enemies, 5 bounty. Regeneration. Repositioning.
That Hector guy is sounding pretty cunty, doesn't he?
Yes. Closing in.
Denied.
Holy fuck, my critter!
Go pre-round. On the move. I don't think so. My blades grow thirsty. On the hunt. A lead.
bottom tower is under attack.
Footprints. I'll find them.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Beautiful.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'll find them.
Oh my god.
Oh, damn.
You're through. I'm under attack. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. I followed the trail.
Gonna shrine bottom.
Over there. My blades will do the talking. Illusion. Is that a broken twig I spy?
Kill Venom.
This way. My blades will do the talking. It's not time yet. A lead. My blades grow thirsty. Yes. Footprints. Stalking. This bounty is not for you. Over there. Feet ear. The realm's justice. I am not ready. On the hunt. This way. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. I'll find them. Can't buy this kind. I follow the trail.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Is that a broken twig I spy? Repositioning.
Your bottom tower is under
What the?
attack. Your bottom tower.
Hey man, I put a solve on you. Can I have it?
On the move.
Hey, I put a salve on you. Can I have it?
Not yet. I'll find them.
Hey man, can I have my salve?
Trophy kill.
Thanks.
I'll find them. Not yet. On the hunt. It's always
I'm dead. Oh, 800 gold for me? Jesus.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
On the move.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I follow the trail.
Oh, it's tier 1 Brimstone.
DK, you know?
Run bounty.
Bountiful. A lead. Meet your maker. Footprints. My blades will do the talking. Fira. Over there. Five enemies, 5 bounties. Dead or alive. This way. Invisibility. Is that a broken twig I spy?
I have armlet ult in a second.
Okay.
Let's see where he gets it.
I'll find them. Yes. My blades grow
We don't see 'em.
thirsty.
Man, she fucking knows.
Over there. Attack!
Careful.
It's your time.
Oh man.
Farewell.
Yeah, she's so suspicious. I don't think it's map hack. I think she just knows. I think they're probably queued at like 3 or 5 stack, and I mean, DK saw me grab his invisibility rune and run over here, so we were just like, "Hey, bounty hunter's topping, and he's invis." Hey, I'm coming down the track. Or not?
I'm not ready. I come to collect. Found you.
That's right, Alexander. It's like what, 10 PM over there?
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
Fees have doubled. I'll find haste. Is that a broken twig I spy?
Wolves got you.
Slice is nice. Let's grow thirsty.
No.
Has been denied.
Nice job. 15-minute runs. Hey man, you're almost dead. Free shrine? Come on, crew.
I'll find them.
Good night, Tetra.
I'm not ready. My blades will do the talking.
What a fucking cunt.
Oh yeah.
Desolator. A lead. Footprints. I follow the trail. On the move. Yes.
God, I have no damage.
Rose OT. A lead.
Regeneration. Got lucky, sorry.
My blades will do the talking.
Go help him up. Never mind, it's too fast.
I follow the trail. I've come to collect. Go pre-run. You're through. My blades grow thirsty.
Okay.
Oh shit.
It's not time yet.
Oh baby! Oh baby!
Oh shit.
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah! 5 enemies, 5 bounties.
I'm sure he's raging.
Are fortified.
Stalking. With pleasure. I'll find them. Yes. I'm not pretty.
Carol, I can. He might die though.
Broken twig I spy.
Oh, Kale's coming. I'm standing back though.
I'll find them. Just another notch on my pummel. Unseen. Footprints. This way.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
It's not time yet.
What are you doing?
I don't know, I'm just running around killing heroes.
Sanj and Yasha.
Hope somebody TPs here. That'd be kind of cool.
What is that?
Move.
Solar? Solar is better than what?
My blades grow thirsty.
I know what you're thinking. You're like, ah, Desolator, Pistol Crash, all the minus armor. Yeah, I get that, man. But it's not like I have damage problems.
I'm not ready. A lead.
Oh shit.
It's not time yet. Footprints.
Everybody's dead, Bounty.
What about Sniper? Sniper's not dead.
My blades will do the talking.
He's level 12.
Bountiful. Feed my blade.
You know, Raggle, you're right. I cast that in the wrong order.
come in
On the move. I'll find them. I fade from sight. Over there. On the hunt.
Oh, that's a lot of heroes.
Dead or
Dire structures are fortified.
We can kill LC.
I follow the trail. You can run, but you can't hide. As long as I see I'm under attack.
Oh fuck, no more mana.
Enemy's bottom tower has been denied.
Repositioning. It's not time yet. Yes. Not yet. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. Stalking.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
On the move.
Don't push mid. Do not.
I'll enjoy this. Bringing in. What are you buying? The realm's justice. My blades will do the talking. I'll do them in half the time. A lead.
Must have a ward there. Is this all me?
Over there.
Alright. Stun my creep. Sounds good.
200 gold for him.
I'll find them. My blade.
Radio, thanks for subscribing. What the fuck is this blade mill cooldown? Oh Lulu, you better, yeah, no, you're screwed. Zach tried to save you.
Yeah.
By authority of the realm, I shall hunt them down. I'll find them. I'll enjoy this. Not yet.
What the fuck? That was like 80% HP one hit.
Pretty satisfying to play this hero, not gonna lie.
I follow the trail. Illusion. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. Barely the effort. Yes. Bountiful. Is that a broken twig I spy? Cut him up. This way. I'm not ready.
Ooh, run.
Yes.
Oh shit.
My blades grow thirsty. Over there. I'll find them. I'll find them.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
5 enemies, 5 bounties. Black King Bar. Closing in. Fade from sight. Repositioning. Attack! Slice is nice. I'm under attack.
Anybody want to kill me?
Is that a broken twig I spy?
I'm coming.
Oh no! Damn it. Ryan, what are you talking about? He's dead. Deny this guy.
Your top tower is under attack.
Double damage!
Too greedy but sexy. Yep, sounds about right. You think Aghanim Scepter? I'm pretty sure that's not the item on a core. No, that's definitely not the item on a core BH.
My blades will do the talking. Feed my blade. Footprints.
What? Come on, guys. What are you doing?
Easy finger damage. We're all scared of the CM.
Oh yeah, I hate her so much.
Oh no. Holy fuck. Got it.
Got it.
This way. I follow the trail.
The enemy's top
goes that
tower
tower.
has fallen.
Footprints. It's not time yet. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. It's not time yet.
No. No.
I'll find them.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
I spy. Not yet.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Over there.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Nice.
I got hit by that fucking Gale? Seriously?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
This way.
Okay.
Alrighty then. That's an ult.
On the move. Not yet. Stalking. I'm not ready. You think you are. Another fugitive. Right to chest. My venom sacs run in me. My blades will
No need for Solar Crest. It's okay, guys. I don't need the item suggestions. Honestly, I don't.
My fees have doubled.
Oh my god, I want that DD.
A lead.
Oh my god, I want that DD.
On the hunt.
Real mature, Magnus.
I mean, I even canceled, so it's definitely.
So courteous of you.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
I don't know why they're so scared. I feel weaker than they are.
Stalking. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. Repositioning. This way.
Yeah, you wreck look him.
It's not time yet. A lead.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Jesus. I kill, but don't make it so hard. Ugh. English only, please.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
The realm's justice.
What? Get one of these. Oh shit.
I'm starting to lag again.
Oh, you lag?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was trying to ulti, but nothing happened for a long time.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
You're 18 and 5.
The enemy's middle middle tower has fallen.
Oh, GG, boys.
GG.
Radiant victory.
Alright, Johnny, you here? Asian dumbass? Asian dumbass? Hello? Oh, there you go.
Oh man, it's Dr. John.
Give me 1 minute. Bathroom.
Okay, be right back to him.
Party game for donation, Ryan.
Drop.
Okay, I'm back. Hey, Johnny.
Hello.
Be right back really fast. Okay, I'm back again.
Everyone here?
Yep. Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, stop saying random shit, guys. Jesus. Sniper for donation. Is it raining? I have no idea what you're talking about. It's sunny outside for me. Maybe it's raining where you are.
Oh, okay.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Wow.
Your turn to pick.
Johnny, was it you who was looking forward to Warcraft 3 Reforged?
Yes. I am looking forward to it.
Also me.
When's that out?
No release date yet. At least last time I checked it wasn't.
They said they do want to release it before December though, or something.
Oh, beautiful punch game.
Your turn to pick.
The Night Elf art is
sure,
still,
man. Teach me.
Silhouettes.
Well, I think I'm pretty good at eating. You put it in your mouth. You chew it, and then you swallow it.
Should I pick?
Did I screw it up?
Spectre. Sounds kind of fun, actually.
Well, Crushanu,
Fuck it.
that's unfortunate. But you could also try PayPal or credit card, if you would like. Hi, Marco. Yeah, I'm online.
there's even a Rubik on the other team. I didn't even notice.
Oh, perfect for you.
Don't worry, guys. I banned him.
Alright, have you finished
Who, what?
games against Rubik?
Nope, I need 8 more.
Oh, nice. After this one, 7 more.
Hopefully.
You asking me if it's in a bag? I hate the bloody bag.
Prepare for battle.
He's banned. I got him. Betting's not on. I'm too lazy to turn it on.
It's in the bag.
The pain train. Oh, yes.
Oh, are we on 11 now? Oh, 12. Damn.
Hell yeah.
As 30 seconds to battle. Here, here.
Hey, Lulu? Oh, no, Mr. Gods.
And I'm now the lion.
Chug's over at ours, I think.
Oh, yes.
No, he's over at his. Interesting. Oh.
What's the matter, man? You went quiet.
Quickly now. Your pain ends.
Not yours.
Denied. Your queen moves.
You gotta troll his trolls back, right?
As I will. Your queen moves.
Yeah.
Growing stronger. Oh, yes. Pain builds character. Quickly now. Attack. Submit. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Dire's current.
Worth it.
Of course.
Scream. A path to pain. The pain train. Forward. Here, here.
That is impossible to land on a puck who is anywhere even close to decent.
Oh, yes. Into the bottle. Invisibility. Swiftly.
Oh, got him!
Gold for my crown. Oh, yes. Repay train. A royal Battle Royale. Oh, yes. As I will. Your queen moves. Reign of pain. Oh, yes. Oh, struggle.
Oh, thanks, Krish. Appreciate that, man.
Jack's missing.
Okay.
Ah, he's back.
I'd like to shrine bottom, please.
Quickly now. Here, here. Oh, yes.
Nice.
Didn't like the sound of
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Your middle tower is under attack. Forward. The pain train. Does this hurt? The pain train. Suffer. As I will.
I'd like my bottle back, please. Thanks.
Oh, there's a puck here.
Oh, yes. Pay for the privilege.
Oh my god.
Quickly now.
And Doyo, thanks for subscribing.
Found Nax.
Hmm. Nice. Well played.
Get it, let me get it.
Yep, I just... Nice. I just wanted the strength.
A path to pain. Your queen moves. More.
Nice hook, man.
Nice.
Share my pain.
I just like the ulti. Puck's bottom, careful, careful.
Nice. There's
Oh,
like
shit.
7 heroes bottom.
Oh my god, the range creep got that.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
No, the lion teleported on me.
Feel this. Quickly now.
I'm gonna go top jungle.
Oh yes. Battle Royale.
Man, I should have a TP, fuck.
This'll come in handy.
Could kill all these guys right now if I had a TP.
What is Lion doing?
Yeah, I don't know why he went there.
As I will.
Oh, they're more busy killing him like at the wings.
Oh yes. Forward. A path to pain. Submit.
Thanks, Tung Lemo.
Reign of pain. Forward.
Anybody want to kill bottom?
I'm
Okay.
Fit for a queen.
Go, go, go.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Here, here.
nice.
Your queen moves.
Darn, Puck left.
The pain train.
That shadow.
A path to pain. As I
Oh man, I got haste.
Here, here.
CM's dead.
Puck's hasted. Well, has a haste in a bottle.
Ah, another TP bottom.
I don't care about Buck.
Dyer's
I don't have a teleport.
fortified.
You should.
Got 20 seconds, I'm gonna get teleport.
Holy shit. Our no bottom.
I don't know why I'm bottom. It's a terrible idea. They like bottom a lot.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Oh, yes. Forward. Your bottom tower is under attack. Oh, yes. Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
They should be coming up here to kill us right now.
Attack. Your queen moved. Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, that teleport time.
And now, it matters not to me.
Oh man. Oh, you know what? I could have blinked, huh? Oops.
Nothing. Good day, sir.
You may have to hook the line.
Oh, he juked me.
Juked. Where did that guy go? Who's trying to give me? Who's offering to give me? No, what was his name? A-L-E. The learn to eat guy. Where'd he go? Oh, Alan. Right. Hey man, where'd those food lessons go?
Swiftly. Worthy Twit. Your middle tower is under attack.
Wow.
Quickly now. Oh, yes. I'm not ready. Oh, yes. Dire's courier has been killed.
I'm fucking dead. I got the courier, so it's worth. Actually, maybe I could have wand and blink away there. I don't know.
Ooh, that's a lot. Max has a blink.
Yeah, he does.
Rings bottom.
Battle Pass? I have no idea, man. That's Gaben's job, you know.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I should have actually gone for blink, actually.
As I will. Forward. Suffer.
Got one. Nice.
Okay.
Your queen moves. Your top tower is under attack.
Goo, I am eating grapes.
Oh, yes.
Why did I max my first skill instead of blink? Because I like damage?
No pain, no gain. Here, here.
Even if you say things like, "Ah, oh, well, if you had higher levels of blink in some situations, you would have survived." Yeah. True.
Rain of pain.
But if I didn't have higher levels of Shadow Strike, I would not get kills in some situations, right?
Forward. Apart to pain. Your middle tower is under attack. The pain train.
Wow.
Wow, I actually got one.
Oh.
That was entirely unintentional. I actually just threw a random hook and hoped.
You got me.
Fuck it, I wanna fight.
Here, here.
Easy Radiance burn.
Your queen moves.
Move, move. Okay, never mind.
Oh, yes.
You could've killed it.
Slide, thanks for subscribing.
Man, what a waste of a buyback.
Damn.
If I was better, I expect I could have gotten out of it.
Here, here.
There's a quap in my way. Oh, he didn't even move. Me?
I want that regen.
Into the bottle. Regeneration. Oh, yes.
That's a rainbow.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
That's not my own. Nice.
Oh fuck! Oh damn it! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks, GT. Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Yandeb. Thanks, Ryan. Oh, Axe.
Someone's here. My smoke just popped.
Maybe you just got too close to the tire.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. A path to
Wow.
No, my strength.
I think you would have got that. No?
Your life on my field. Monster kill.
Your queen moves. Sweet pain.
Wrong neighborhood.
Bindings.
It's my main account now. Do you want to play tackle yet? Thanks, April.
I love a struggle. Oh,
You have a ward up here.
Oh, you're dead.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Why did I sell my bottle? I don't know. I've been playing 9 hours already. That's why.
As I will. Rain of pain. Oh, yes. Swiftly. A path to pain. Here, here.
Oh shit. They died.
Man, my dismember range is longer than my Flesh Heap's range.
I was gonna say hook.
I'm under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Quickly now. Sound of mind and body. Submit. The pain train. Your queen moves.
Money changes hands.
Quickly now.
This is my last game for today. I'm thinking so. Christian, you wanted sniper, right?
Ow.
Oh shit!
Growing stronger.
Holy shit!
Oh, yes. Dire structures.
Hey, I might get hexed or called. Can you get ready to? Can you like stand over here?
A path to pain. The treasury grows.
Man, why you gotta hold them upwards? I found an
You know
axe.
what's better than one sacred relic?
Two?
Two sacred.
Divine Rapier?
There's that skull.
I do suffer fools.
Aw. He's here. Nope. Okay. Oh. Oh my god.
Ah, don't worry about it.
We got this.
He may have hook.
Oh, yes.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Oh man.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Forward.
Ooh.
Oh.
Here, here.
You know, there's only 3 possible items you can build with Sacred Relic.
What are you implying?
Divine, divine, and divine.
Exactly.
A path to pain. The pain train.
This'll come in handy.
As I will. Quickly now. Double damage. Oh.
I'm a chicken.
I'm good.
Gold for my crown. The ecstasy. Oh, yes. Your queen moves.
Shiva's better for Quap? Shiva's doesn't give you damage, right? Does anyone? No one's even close to killing me.
The pain train.
And also, they don't have that many right clickers.
Oh, I actually got him.
You know, I need a Vanguard so I can bounce back. That's the real problem.
Do it.
Feel this. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Forward.
I got the additional dispersion.
Pay for the privilege.
Alright, let's do this.
Attack.
Axe.
I'm under attack. Here, here.
Can't see axe. I need to see axe.
Forward. Quickly now. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Holy shit.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
I think I'll play one more game. Hey, Krish, you here?
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Now
Hey.
dive.
Feel this.
Okay.
Oh, I got played.
I did.
Yeah, actually, Puck's supposed to beat Quap. Good job, man.
Radiant.
Hey, Krish, I'm gonna be real with you, man.
Yeah, very close.
Usually I do hero requests for $5 US or more. But you donated 3, so tell you what. I'll play sniper, but I'll play sniper for you, but I'm not gonna do magic damage build, okay? Are you cool with that? If you're not cool with that, I will refund your money and we can go our merry way. It's up to you. Or maybe we can't even play a game.
Coordinator is down.
And it's back up.
Oh, nice. Servers are really unstable today.
Yeah, they are. Can you guys leave the game?
Yeah.
I'm still connecting to coordinator.
No.
Sniper, but no
Or
ability,
rather,
tack
I'm
plus
logging in.
20 plus tack donation. Okay, I'm down for this.
Alright.
I don't normally throw games, but for that much money, fine.
Is everyone else already
Yeah,
out of the game?
fine, it's okay.
Hold on, let me just reload.
Right, monkey? I ain't gay, but 30 bucks is, I mean, I'm not a thrower, but 30 bucks is 30 bucks. What are you talking about, Taka? You said that. We have it in writing right above in the chat log.
I'm lagging so hard it says I'm still in the party.
You are still in the party.
No, while the coordinator's lagging so hard. Well, I read logs, so it should have kicked me out of the party, shouldn't it?
I have no idea.
It's thinking about it.
Alright, Krish, what is the net? What is this magic damage build sniper? Can you explain it to me? You know what? I actually just lost my Dota 2 game coordinator.
I never got it back.
Okay, we just got the Tony. Alright, Tackle, yeah, you're next. But if you don't want to do this, man, that's fine, Tackle, yeah, honestly. I don't like to take money from babies. Blink, E-Blade, Veil, Yashikaya. Oh god. What a fucking terrible build. Why? Do you think that is a good build, man? Why? Why do you do this?
What kind of magical... what?
What?
I was looking at the build. Blinky Blade Veil. Why?
Yeah, I don't get it. Oh, Dota 2 game coordinators is getting blue.
Mine's been blue.
I'm sleeping right now.
Oh, hey, look, it's up.
And we're in queue. Remember, I don't have abilities. Hey, Krish, I need you to understand that I don't have abilities. In this game, as sniper, I do not have assassinate, I do not have shrapnel, I do not have headshot.
I'm Nigerian. Prince, please send me credit card details.
Okay, there's a Nigerian prince here.
Can't wait.
What about talents? Do those count as abilities?
I don't think so.
Because Sniper has like less base range than Silencer.
So I don't get headshot or extended. What's called the extended range ability?
Take aim, yeah.
Take aim.
Which means
that kind of
you have less base range than thing.
Okay, I am not doing this magic damage build, sniper. Because I don't get abilities. The two cannot come together like that. So, Chris, I can either refund you or...
But maybe he can...
Shame, I was going to change my request to QOP. But Blink first plus second item if Talk didn't contribute. Hold on a sec. Let me just read that comment again. Pretty sure you can go below 0%. Shame I was going change my request to QOP, but Blink first and item. So I get Blink Dagger and Blink Dagger? And we've got a game.
Oh.
Undying for donation. Minimum $5 US.
Your turn to ban.
Oh my god.
5 seconds remaining.
Have I drank the whole pitcher? Yeah, basically.
Your turn.
Think Blink Dagger QOP? I've actually seen it before in a Divine Immortal game. Whoa, JT says he's gonna donate $40 US for me not to do this build. JT? Which build are you talking about? Are you talking about the magic damage build, or are you talking about the abilities? Or are you talking about both, JT?
Does it work like that?
Does what work like what? Sorry, I was talking over you.
If you take the 40 and don't play a no ability sniper.
Your turn to pick.
Well, I could just refund everyone else back, or I could just run away with money.
Running away sounds good.
Run!
10 seconds remaining.
Let's finger people.
Both? Like I already donated, I'll donate for something that won't take away from
These
others.
challenges for Lions suck. Why are they all support challenges?
Okay, so in this game, I am doing sniper with no abilities. But I'm not doing magical damage sniper. Like, we're already throwing the game by a lot, but we don't want to put the nail in the coffin. You know what I mean?
Your turn to pick.
We don't want to put the straw on the camel's back. That breaks its back ultimately.
Your turn to pick.
Maybe a safe lane tinker. What do you think?
Or I can go safe lane if you want.
Damn it.
You can have mid if you want. Wait a minute, Takuya says he's gonna eat his hat if we win this game.
Good thing I'm playing a core lion. Get ready for everyone to be thinking.
Does he have a hat?
What if Wind Range and Monkey King both have a heart and Scotty and BKB? Guys, I just got paid $30 US to go no abilities on sniper. And I got paid $3 US to go magic damage sniper build. Now, I'm not going to do both, but, you know, guess which one I'm going to go for, guys. I gotta eat some food, okay?
I call the shots around here.
31, what?
Of course.
Oh, these skill points are going to be so tempting.
Spot on.
It's just sitting there. It's just sitting there.
Oh yeah. What happens if you click by mistake on one?
31?
He's gonna do it again.
Oh.
I agree to that, because that is the deal. And I'm a man of my word. There's a Monkey King over here.
Spotted. Gunpowder justice.
Monkey King. Monkey King probably wants to kill a courier.
You know, we didn't say anything about talents, which is why I think you should get the minus 1.5 second assassinate cast time. Also the 25% cooldown reduction and 20% shrapnel split.
Alright.
I mean, minus 1.5, the level 20 talent doesn't matter either way, because he doesn't have any of those skills.
That's right, it doesn't do anything.
That's what I'm saying.
Cooldown reduction would actually help.
Cooldown reduction, value, talent.
The battle begins.
Time for target.
First blood.
Yes.
First blood. The Wind Ranger gets there first.
I really want to fucking add some abilities! We're fucking not doing magic damage build sniper, man. Oh my god.
Yes.
Not like this. Not like this.
A new trajectory. You die. Oh, a few bullets more. On target. I don't think so. Let's have a go at it.
Oh, look at it go!
Walk away, I don't have abilities.
Trick shot.
Don't walk away, it's a trap.
Going ballistic.
Oh shit, this annoying Monkey King.
Yes. Target practice paying off. Run and gun. is shooting. My spotter direct.
Aw, they blocked the cam.
Denied.
Denied.
Spotted. Sniping. Of course. Yes. Trajectory. Dead.
Daddies.
It's good to be king.
Wait, don't TP. And then now you can TP. Oh.
Okay.
Don't have any money anyways.
My spotter guides me.
These guys just know where the wards are, don't they?
Yes.
Okay. So this Monkey King, he's not bad. I'm telling you guys. So good luck to us.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Attack! Uh-huh. Spotted.
Monkey King is missing.
Shoot him up.
Regeneration.
Uh-huh.
Why did I agree to this? Oh yeah, $30 US. Right.
As you said. Yes.
How's this gonna work? Well, I basically just right-click people.
Line of sight. Sure is. Ho-ho! Into the breach. Ha-ha. Uh-huh.
Oh, I don't have any more fucking tangos. Chief.
Sam's missing.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Gold for me.
Yeah, you have my items, Lulu.
Trick shot. Center of mass.
Careful.
Let's have a go at it.
I definitely know where Ranger's ward is now, though.
Snipe hunt.
Oh my god, can I get some less hits?
Bullets. You die. Yeah. Run and gun.
Coconut and Maledict?
Fire caliber.
Nice.
My spotter direct. Oh yeah.
Oh, I saw Monkey King coming.
My spotter guides me. Take this.
You can do the same thing again.
Full bore.
Look at it go.
I don't have mana. Sorry.
Sure is shooting.
trying to go.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Of course.
Radiant structures are fortified.
My spotter direct.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm dead. Fucking money.
We're gonna kill these guys, sniper.
Okay.
With your assassinate.
Okay. Assassinate my right click.
Alright, well, that's what. Kill this guy, actually. Sounds great.
Whoa, look at it go.
This guy's fucking dead.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Don't think ill of me.
Easy, chap.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's gonna sting. Going ballistic.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Run and gun.
Okay, I blinked backwards.
Ooh, more powder in my
It's still sinking again. Let's do this. Oh, that fucking missed.
Oh.
How did he get so far?
That was a great question. Someone else is TP now. Here's a Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger's bottom. Get back.
Yeah, that's fine. No worries. That's good.
Line of sight.
I'm gonna shrine.
Yes.
I'm gonna get stunned.
Oh.
I'm dead.
Let me cast some shrapnel. Lulu, you're gonna die if you just run in there. Someone explain to refoul my skills, please.
Quick draw. Attack! Yes.
Hey JT, I am trying really hard not to level up these skills. That's the hardest part, to be quite honest with you.
Into the breach.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I should have denied that. What am I doing? Jesus.
Of course.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. My spotter guides me.
It's making me uncomfortable too, JT.
There's 4 bottom, or mid.
Holy shit.
Wow, I just missed both those CS.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yep. Going ballistic. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, he's here.
Uh-huh. Yes. Uh-huh. A new trajectory. Spot on. Kill shot. Trick shot. Attack.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This is such a stupid fucking hero with no abilities.
Your bottom tower is
But I suppose
under
what
attack.
hero isn't stupid with no abilities?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh shit.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Of course. Take this. Of course.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Sniping.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Run and gun. You die. Let's have a go at it.
Don't worry, I'm coming. I'm gonna right click him.
Into the breach. Yes.
Your middle tower has been denied.
Skill sharpened.
Your top tower is
Oh shit. Oh, at least he's dead.
Dust. Cease, fool.
Spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that was a nice ulti.
Windows going bottom. It's gonna be full bottom.
I see me coming, did you?
Oh god, I'm dead. What did I even do? Like, I'm just trying to intimidate them with my right clicks, but it's really,
Nobody believed me.
I believed you.
I did. That's why I stayed top.
Damage.
That's why I kept running into feed.
Wow, wow.
While they're there, I'll just take top.
Keep running, Lulu. Just don't stop. Keep running.
Never stop.
Alright, you're dead.
Yep.
Shoot him up.
Give it up.
Gates swing. Yeah.
I'm surprised
Your bottom
Bara
tower is
didn't
under attack.
check your skills.
I know, right? He's gonna flip the moment he sees it.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Easy shot.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
This'll hurt.
I think, Blade Mail Bracer, what do you think, Mr. Blade Mail Drums or some shit
I
like
think
that.
Blade Mail's not bad.
Holy shit.
Nah, I don't think I'd go Blade Mail. Because
So dead.
you kind of want to tank them, but I don't know if I'd want to tank those guys.
There's a monkey in you
Your
guys.
bottom tower is under attack.
As you say.
Your
I
middle
mean,
tower
it's not
is
like
under
Orchid would
attack.
do anything for me. I don't know what else I would get.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna buy it.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Actually, I think Orchid's pretty good, because Lifestealer hates Orchid.
Your bottom tower
Yeah, but
is
like,
under
I'm not
attack.
gonna fight Lifestealer though.
Okay, who do you want to fight?
Nobody.
Oh, okay. You should probably AFK
Your
Fountain.
bottom
You're all too
tower
strong.
is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
We can't fight them.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Oh, I got one.
That was a great tango.
He still died.
Excuse me, David?
Tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, Lulu.
Uh-oh.
No.
You think your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks are under attack.
You think I got this, guys? I don't know about that. Wow.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
How do you know he's just a kid, Donovan? Maybe he's
Your bottom
20.
barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Get him, Lulu! Go, go, go!
Oh.
He's dead.
Assassinate him. Go.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Haha.
Set your clocks. It's time. Oh, look at it go. Attack! That cowardly weapon was unexpected.
I'm a pain specialist.
Honestly, I want Takuya to eat his hat, but this is so hard.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Sniper! Reloaded! Sniping! Gunpowder justice.
I think there's 3 there, Smith. There's nothing wins for them.
That's gonna sting. Trick shot!
Okay.
Oh, the coconuts! Wow!
What is it?
Let's do it.
Dire structures are fortified.
He's dead.
I needed that.
The enemy's top tower has been
I'm
denied.
going to the ruins. They already took them.
Run and gun! This'll turn. Higher caliber!
Your top tower is under attack.
As you say.
So Magnus, are you sure you still want me to get the 25% cooldown reduction?
What else did you get?
The damage.
20 damage.
Your top shrine is
Go
under
ahead,
attack.
do damage.
Oh yeah, there we go. Now we've got a chance.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine.
You know, the only reason we've been not doing so well, really, is because you didn't have extra 20 damage. But definitely,
Oh yeah, no, we've got this now. Don't worry about it.
with the 20 damage, this shit's locked down.
Oh yeah, no, it's gonna snowball from here.
Oh yeah.
Good there. I feel like they're throwing a little bit, which is good.
Snipe hunt.
They could totally just 5-man and end, but they're not. Still win.
Your top tower is under attack.
Spirit boss.
Sure is shooting. Yes. What do you believe for? Shoot him up. Ooh, skill sharpened. Spot on.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Did you say stop?
That's done in 2.
Sniped.
Kept it greedy with my wand.
These throws. This is so good.
Of course. Let's have a go at it. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Don't Cliff.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Yes.
This is not a wise choice.
Alright, I've got my first defensive item.
Spotted. Gunpowder jumps.
That's not a defensive item, though.
Yes, it is. Look. I'm invisible.
No, but that's for attack speed. That's not for invisibility.
Why not both?
Yes. Yeah.
Finally, I can use something that's not just
There's a
my
monkey
mouse.
somewhere in here. I hear him jumping. He's gone. Well, maybe he's gone. I don't know where he is.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Oh, that's fine. I'm not even worried about life's doing.
He's actually not even that rich.
What's that cheat code you use to get more gold, Sniper?
Greed is good. 9999.
I want. How do you do that in this game?
Great question.
This is the real advice right here for how to play Dota.
Nothing's warded.
Your top tower is under attack.
Indeed warded.
Your top tower has fallen.
Lulu, go back.
Dark structures are fortified.
Oh shit. Oh.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I misclicked.
What did you ult?
Your top tower.
I altered the Wind Ranger instead of the monkey.
Your top tower has been denied.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Your top barracks are under attack.
This is a no abilities challenge. Alright, there's smart guy.
Has fallen.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed your no abilities sniper game.
I feel like that's like that was totally not part of the problem. Like it might help a little bit, but I feel like that gonna be the same.
I actually don't think it was that much of a problem either, to be honest.
Holy shit.
You were expecting Sandy Claus.
Whoa, look at it go!
Needed a fucking...
You didn't like it? Awesome? Siraj?
How's that monkey still alive? Jesus.
No.
That's that.
Yep.
Well played, everyone.
Well played.
Your ancient is under attack.
Oh my god, I haven't lost a game in a long time.
Oh, did you bet your streak on this?
No,
Okay, good.
I wasn't that hopeful with the sniper without the ability.
Yeah, that would have been suicidal.
No.
No one said a single thing about how Sniper didn't use a single ability that game. Nobody.
Well, I mean, there's just only one person that could have talked about.
What about the enemy team?
I think
they can talk about it now.
Can
okay, let's talk about
maybe
it.
Just
Give me a second, I gotta restart.
Okay. There we go. So what would the scoreboard look like? Oh yeah, there we go. And there you have it.
the life stealer.
Is it worth $30 US? Yeah, I'd say so. The fucking unranked, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, who cares? It's just unranked.
Yeah, so I mean,
on a Smurf.
That was 28 minutes of my time, right? For $30 US, that's $60 US per hour. I am making six figures, motherfuckers. Does that? Yeah, no, that is in fact six figures.
No, yeah, that's like 150K or something like that. Yeah, messaged you, Blue.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what am I doing?
Let's do this.
Okay. Yeah, even though I lost, I won. Show me the money, man. You want the challenge? You gotta... Fuck, I haven't lost the game in a long time. You like the late streams, JT? Glad you like it. Yeah, sometimes I do stream for quite a while. Money for blindfolded Dota? Yeah, man, you want to do it? $50 US? I just AFK in Fountain.
I had a 14 win streak before this.
Wah wah. You know who to blame?
Yeah, God damn you. God damn you and your money.
Blame Takuya and the guy who is not Takuya.
Lulu is the guy that's not Takula.
Seems legit.
I wasn't the guy that suggested it, so clearly it's all tech.
Hey JT, you're welcome to join these games, you know?
Donate $10 to each of us too.
Exactly.
Who donate $10 to who? What now?
Tak should donate $10 to me and Lulu and Magnus.
Oh yeah.
I'm okay with that. This next game is going to be great. I'm going to have abilities for my hero. You're working right now? It doesn't look like you're working. Sounds good, JT. Make the moolah. We've got a game.
Oh yeah.
Yes, abilities. You never know what you lose until you don't have it anymore. Bluespan Warcraft 3 Reforged channel. Do you want to fight me?
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
Man, this Tinker combination, nice.
Your turn to pick.
Bristlebuck!
Oh, that's pretty good.
Wait a minute, Orange is Korean.
Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Hello, Jameer. Welcome back.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Going to play support Viper.
Ten seconds.
Hey, JT, you're over 100 hours. Damn, son, that is a lot of time.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, I almost picked my hero.
Lulu Viper?
Your turn to pick.
What a toxic player.
Your turn to pick.
Are you?
I started playing ranked again, and I only played 2 games, but I played Viper and I wrecked them.
I mean, it's a Viper.
Oh yeah.
Whoa, whoa! Don't downplay Lulu's achievements like that.
I mean, it's a Lulu on a Viper.
Lulu on a Viper?
Yes, she's riding Viper.
How did it feel?
Pretty nice. The wind is nice up there.
Doesn't Viper have scales?
I put something on top of it. Do you think I just sit on that?
Can I have a ward? 2 tankers, please. Thanks.
I guess our Sky's not buying support items.
Maybe he's AFK.
Maybe he saw that you already bought it.
I speak for the trees. Through shady lanes.
This one is in the bag.
Leaving. It's in the bag, mate. Yeah, go on, you see if it's not. Open it up and see if it's not in there. I'm telling you, it's a lock, mate.
Oh yeah, spy this.
So I go. By my shaggy bar.
30 seconds to battle.
By the wilds.
You win that fight, Lulu. Just keep harassing him.
On my way.
He has bash, by the way. I think you can just chase him infinitely. I'm gonna teleport in front of him.
The battle begins.
The season arrives.
Got him, Johnny.
Got him.
Well, if it ain't first bloody blood.
Bloody blood.
Nature calls.
Yellow.
In green, I go.
I thought I'm not immune now. I only had a CM.
My hidden.
I'm sorry.
You harass the crap out of that stupid sniper. Piece of crap.
Yes. Ah, what golden green.
He got me!
Naturally.
Chase me, come on.
Uproot the foe. With a wild spirit.
my shaggy bark. So I go. For the trees! In green, I go.
Harass the void too if you can.
Naturally. Green.
Well, he doesn't even have a wand.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yes. Fighting paths. Oh, too bad.
No, I can't get a wand. I'll be right back.
Blood and fury. Leaving. Limber up. Yes. Nature calls. Go green.
Oh shit.
Through shady lanes.
Oh wait a minute, my TP's on cooldown. I'm a fucking retard. Oh well.
With a wild spirit. Wild is my way.
No, you got a wand now.
On my way. In sylvan shade. The wild is calling. Branch out. En route. By leaf and live. En route.
Is mine.
With a wild spirit. On my way.
Oh my god. He got me.
Well, space. Well, you lost in.
Naturally.
Silencer's missing, by the way. In void.
My leaves. Nature's ferocity. Nature's ferocity.
Fuck.
Nature calls.
Your Q is a great skill to harass with, by the way.
Okay.
Johnny, we might be able to kill a void. I can charge up my ult.
Sure.
Steal your face.
You can get his HP down a bit. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah. Actually, no. I just come down there. Or not.
Yes.
He has no more charges left.
So
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, there we go.
New life will make its home amongst your bones. Yes. By my shaggy bark.
Morning, Jag.
Attack. In sylvan shade.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Naturally. Branch out.
Wow, voice level 4.
Sylvan shade.
Amber might be top. He grabbed the top rune, I think. Never mind. Second.
Nature calls.
I'm gonna come top.
Leaving.
My CS.
I'm coming, Johnny. I'm so slow.
Branching out. En route.
There's a lot of them here.
Looks like it.
I'm coming, Bob.
He's stuck in there.
Uproot and after that. Leave us. On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Unstoppable double kill.
There we go. Got my Shadow Blade.
Yes.
Void's missing, but he's only 4.
Runes in 30 seconds.
I'm gonna come back bottom in a second, I think. Let's see.
Void's level 5. What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, he kinda lost.
Through shady lanes. Come, come. Wild is my way. Yes.
I still have my clarity.
By my shaggy bark.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's for me. One.
Your top tower is under attack.
Monster kill.
Ember's coming bottom.
Okay. Lulu, leave.
In green, I go.
I don't have one on for TP.
So he was just coming to kill me anyways. I'm gone. Hey, I'll see. I can come help you on top and stuff.
Uproot the foe.
Get ready to duel him, okay? Go, 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 go.
Nip in the bud.
A worthy opponent.
Nice.
No more wild is leaving so soon. Come to me. Through shady lanes.
my hidden paths.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Johnny.
Ooh. Ow.
Misguided. By my shaggy bark.
I don't have my hood yet.
Yeah, we can do it.
It's a little too easy.
By the wilds.
As a new beginning.
Feel nature's wrath. My leaf and limb.
Wanna kill Void?
Sure, let me get this mana.
Nyx is invisible.
With a wild spirit. In green, I go.
Easy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fuck me, man.
So I
They have no detection.
I'm not sure. I feel like the treeing needn't help us.
Nature's way. Naturally.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Warriors of the wood. Yes. Burn and fury. En route.
Holy shit, they're out here?
Go green.
There.
That's a pretty large.
In sylvan shade. So I go. By my shaggy promenade. Pull roots and run.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Nature calls.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Over trees.
Do this, okay?
Yes.
Oh man.
Oh shit. I'm coming too.
Fuck yeah, motherfucker! Oh shit.
Oh no, the armlet.
Yeah, I forgot about his fucking. Oh man. That was not necessary either.
He doesn't have mana for his ult.
Oh, I gave away 1300 gold.
Oh,
It's a Seg fault, daddy.
Damn. Wraith King's ult is down. But I can kill him.
Ah, the sun's pale sister shines upon my leaves.
Oh my fucking god. Whatever, dude.
On my way. Naturally. Wild is my way.
Holy shit.
True. Leaving. Green wrath. Peace. En route.
Use your Q, Lulu. It slows them.
Oh my god.
My searing chains, my hidden paths.
I can't one-shot that courier? Seriously?
With a wild
Jesus.
spirit.
Just need more damage.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm gonna duel next.
Not yet. With a wild spirit. Wicked sick.
Did you really just dust for that?
Uproot you. Naturally. Nature's wrath. My hidden paths.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Nature calls.
You're getting too many kills, Mr. Bluespan.
Oh, sorry, man. Oh man, Nature's Prophet is such a fun hero.
With me. So I go.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Regeneration.
Silent kill? I guess so.
Monster kill. Nature's wrath.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Easy KO.
I was looking and I noticed that Magnus was waiting for the right
Oh, I
moment
bet you
to kill Stu.
fucking... He fucking was.
Come. Burn and fury. Shaved in flesh. By my shaggy bark. Unstoppable.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Got that courier? Yeah, I did.
I only have 94 dual damage and we're already ending.
Oh, that was way too low, man. Rookie numbers.
I know. I know.
You gotta pump those numbers up.
On On my way.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Oh.
He's going for me?
Stop spamming shit, dude.
Through shady lanes.
About face.
Turned in the flame. Yes. Snip.
Nice try.
The wild.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Okay.
Hey, what you doing there, Magnus?
Just getting some mangoes. Fuck.
Oh, he did want you to hit him.
On my way. I'm under attack.
Nice.
Attack.
You need to somehow deal 13k more damage.
You got this. What is this double Atos? Such cancer.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Oh, what? Oh shit.
Oops.
Oh no! They got me!
I'm going in.
The wilds.
I'm going out.
Sylvan shade.
Oh shit. Those crits.
Leaving.
It's a standoff.
Yes.
We got to play that Star Wars music from, what was it, episode 6?
I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
Like it was some kind of like Jabba's palace music.
Through shady lanes. Yes.
Like the standoff where he was like, I'm sure you know.
Make a fire.
Where like he got his lightsaber Luke from R2.
Maybe.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh.
Naturally. Your core is quenched.
I didn't get my item.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Sun in my leaves.
Oh no. I need 200 more damage.
Green, I go. Nature's ferocity. Monster kill. Lie fallow in
The
your
creep's just gonna
grave.
end it. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. Let
The enemy's
him
top
defend.
tower has fallen.
I need another duel.
Okay.
Deny the creeps.
On my way.
GG.
Well, that was satisfying from the last game.
I'm glad you had fun. I like having abilities too. Okay, give me 1 minute to go to the bathroom and I will come back and play another game. 1 minute,
Jeez,
guys.
playing a lot today, huh?
GG, guys. $235. Oh, you know, I might get copyright for this. Shouldn't do that. Oh. Damn, well, glad you like the profit game. We got a game, guys.
Oh, I didn't even know you were...
What?
I didn't even know you get them back.
Huh. That's cute for us.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that.
Oh.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Playing tiny, guys.
Please. Oh, please don't kill us.
Bounty Hunter has been banned. Why?
I think people hate him.
Your turn to pick.
Hi, Benny
hate
Ming.
him.
I usually sleep in about 4 to 5 hours.
Your turn to pick.
Fuck, am I the sport?
I can support if you want, and you can go.
Nah, you go do your thing. I'll support.
I think you both might have to be supports though.
I feel like clubbing people. Oh wait, I can double dagon. Okay, I know what I want.
Your turn to pick.
2 Dagon, price is good.
To pick.
Yeah,
Hi,
twice as
Tofi.
good. Multicast each of them.
Is it raining? Oh no, it's sunny outside.
Oh man, I don't want to face a timber saw.
I do.
I want to club people who don't heal when I club them.
No, Tofi, I think that's just you, man. Maybe it's raining outside.
Get a Orb of Venom.
Oh, I will.
That doesn't trigger his.
9. I gather no.
Prepare for battle.
Of course.
Oh, do I get a ward? Ooh, give me your ward.
Forward.
Thanks.
There you go. Welcome.
You got it.
Where's the predicts?
Oh, I almost forgot.
I don't have that.
I was AFK.
14 streak, here we go.
30 seconds to battle.
Coming in. Right away.
Yeah, damn, but you can just subscribe. Or all my social media links are in the description of stream.
The battle begins.
Got it, bitch.
Time's coming. Rolling out.
Easy max agility. Didn't even touch me. I got an ogre bouncer in the way. Careful, ogre. I'm not there. Holy fuck.
Never careful. Always forward.
Only death. No care.
Chase me, bitch. Come chase me, bitch.
Rolling out. Avalanche. You got it. Of course. Not for you. No hard feelings.
It's great. What a fun name.
Tiny, coming in. Yes. A rolling stone.
Fun. Neutral creep.
Man, you're not even casting spells. No point in one.
Come on, man. Mina's level 1.
A rolling stone. Right on. Yes. Sure. Attack. No go for you. Rock on. You got it. No, take that. Forward.
Man, a Kato would have made this lane so fun.
Rolling out. Tiny, coming in. Head for the quarry. Rolling.
Careful.
Yep. Got 20 mana before I can move.
Of course. We've a quarry to settle. Of course.
Well, I think we scared Venom out of the lane.
Wanna start pulling every
Sure.
He's got level 2 in his thing now. I don't have wait for him.
Crush him.
Ah, Shadow Fiend's missing. Shadow Fiend might be bottom, grabbing the room. Yeah.
A rolling stone. I gotta go. Rock on! Yes! Denied! I'll take your son. Rolling! Going!
For me.
Dire structures are fortified.
Head for the quarry! Perfect. Rolling out!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Head for the quarry!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Right away.
Oh, fuck it, the creep.
Rolling out! Rock!
Easy downshift.
Of course. Tiny, coming in! Forward! No! Denied! I gotta know. Double damage! Rock on! Thus our mountains built a rolling stone. Yes. Rolling. Stone dead. I'll get on.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Head for the quarry. Living Lord.
Electro Shrine bottom, please. Johnny, did you want to Shrine bottom?
I'm coming.
Okay.
I would, but I have creeps to kill.
Oh, he found my ward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I got my capstone. Smack her.
Yeah, still streaming, man. That's right.
A rolling stone. Sure. Forward. Rolling. Of course. Right away. Attack.
I got shit, I'm fine.
I never doubted you. Wait, how did I get both of those?
That's fine.
Triple damage.
Forward. Tiny, coming in.
Oh, made it.
You fucking kidding me? He survived that?
Head for the quarry. Rolling out. Double shot. I'll take your tribute.
Coming top.
I gather no. Rock on.
Shadow Fiend's missing.
This lane is
Your
over.
middle tower is under attack.
What a disaster for them.
A rolling stone.
Shadow Fiend, stop.
Yeah, 9-minute blink, JT. Yeah, just went around throwing bitches.
We've a quarry to settle. Smash them. I'll get them. Going.
Dire's structures are fortified.
You haven't got the stone.
Oh my god, I'm dead, aren't I? Damn it, I'm dead.
There's a Venom mid.
Oh, that was missing.
Ooh, what a nice combo, you two.
Thank you.
Forward.
Holy shit. Oh.
Head for the quarry. It's not fun. Rolling out. A rolling stone.
Does he have Omni Slash?
Yeah. Didn't use it last time.
Okay.
I gather no.
The enemy's bottom tower has been denied.
Get him. A rolling stone. Coming in. Going.
We can kill Jug.
My favorite.
I think we can kill Jug.
Yeah, we could. Lulu has just done.
I have Ghost if he omnis. This guy.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Of course. What have we here? Rolling.
Ugh.
Oh my god, I walked so slow.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Sure.
Oh yeah. 3 top at least.
I'm glad I didn't go there. I was about to understand it.
1 to 2 word.
Johnny, wait. Let's kill Shadowfiend. Let's go. Run at him. Run at him. Nice.
Dire structures are fortified.
Anybody want to see a magic trick?
I'd like to see a magic trick.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Well.
No magic trick?
Can you cast?
Yeah, what's the magic?
Can you bolt on them?
Okay, bye.
See ya. Wow.
A rolling stone.
Should have stunned him, I guess.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Tiny Desolator, you say, huh? It's not a bad idea.
Where are they?
You're scared?
Probably in base, giving up. Nope, found him.
Oh, okay.
You are a fool to oppose me.
Yes. Sure. Right away.
There's actually 235 people watching. Most people are asleep, I think. Like, actually. It's like Asian sleep time now.
Monster kill. A rolling stone. Going. Of course. Rush. Head for the quarry. I gather.
don't have my blink yet.
There's a word there. Where you can...
Yeah. I noticed that.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Hey Ryan, we fucking lost the sniper game by far. Was it worth the money? Oh yeah. Thanks JT, appreciate it, buddy.
Here's the $2 to make it a full $5 and $10 since you've been
Right.
spending
On
about
Krishna's behalf, right?
Day haha.
Yeah, my almost 11-hour shift so far. I'm really glad you appreciate it, man. I'll be okay, guys. Multi, thanks for subscribing.
Hug me, Lulu. Oh, you man.
Oh shit.
Radiance jug.
I accidentally killed this tower.
Yeah, come on, what are you doing,
God
dude?
damn it.
My multicasts.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
capstone. And for the quarry. Going. Illusion. Sure. Attack!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Stone. Of course.
Your top tower is under attack.
Hidden by a moderator? Wow, I've never seen that message before.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh. See you, JT.
Your top tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Yeah, I can show you my key bindings. Just ask me later, okay?
Your shine has fallen to the radiant.
I'm gonna fountain dive.
Okay.
And for the quarry.
Holy shit.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Well done.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, they want to die. Or they thought you would.
What a bitch.
Get him.
Okay.
I'm going back in.
Yeah, yeah. Get him, Lulu.
Lulu,
you're dead.
Yeah, I know.
'15 streak.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a professional.
Can you imagine me doing that in rank?
Almost like boosting.
No, I mean, using it in rank when I play solo rank, so they see my streak and they get.
GG, guys.
We'll be good, mister. We was just fooling around, is all.
Oh shit. Okay, guys, I've been playing this for 11 hours. I'm gonna get off, so I will talk to you guys later. GG, guys.
Yep.
Bye bye.
Why not 12?
GG.
I'm good, man. Thanks.
Alright, see you, bye.
Person who wanted to see my... Actually, I already closed Dota 2. Ask me next time. Anyways, I'm done for today, guys. I'm really tired. I've been streaming for 11 hours now. I haven't eaten... Actually, I ate some grapes earlier, but that was about it. So I'm gonna get some food and some rest. So I'll talk to you guys later. Hope you guys enjoy the stream. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time. So have a great day, a great night, guys. See you guys soon.
And his name is
Elise, thanks for subscribing. Did the stream stop yet? Sometimes I press stop stream button. This happened yesterday too. It just doesn't stop. Fucking stop. Yeah, I don't know why. Stop any second now though.